And we're live. What's up, everybody? I mean, we've been live. You understand. Howdy. Can, oh, can you hear me? Ooh. Let's make sure you can't. So let's cut that out of the picture there. Whoop. Oh, yep. Come on. Come on now. Come on now. There we go. It's just my stream data, so it's not like it's that important. Can y'all hear me okay? It's not like I'm doxing any of my sources. That was a jab. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Aaron. I don't think you watch this. I don't think Aaron watches my streams, but bit of a goof. Aaron done messed up. Ron done messed up. He owned it. I don't know if y'all saw that interview, but it was really good. It was crazy. Awesome. 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 We're going to watch some videos today. And I think it's going to be pretty fun. We're going to watch some Grant Cardone stuff. I have some Dr. Berg stuff. And then we'll just wing it from there. You done messed up, Ron. I'd love to see. I would love to see a Keegan Michael Key collab. I'm sure there's some like Paramount copyright issues he'd have to go through, but that would be hilarious. I mean, it's fair use because it's like transformative, but to see like an actual intro, it'd be crazy. Put this right here. Change this. All right. Oh, this, you see, this is what keeps happening. Hold on, y'all. I'll fix it. And we're back. I have to have like 9 different I have to have like 9 different camera association apps open. Yeah, I know I'm frozen. I see the chat. People are telling me. Okay. If it freezes, I'll probably notice, but ideally we're not stuck on my mug the whole time. We're going to be doing some stuff. Y'all like this SPTV logo? Sent in by a wonderful fan. It's a little groovier than those old kooks got. Those old farts. I don't know. I don't think Aaron's that much older than me. It's like maybe 10 plus years. Oof. I mean, I got all my joints are still fresh. So I think I deserve a groovier logo. I'm not incredibly into tie-dye, but I mean, I don't know how to make that. I will use as many as I am sent. and you can send that. You can email them to me if you make them. That's rafalcocontact@gmail.com. You can send me your SPTV logo if you want. I don't care. I got Jank City Customs. Hilarious. Ian Prob getting that shirt on like his bros. Shirt on. Do they have? Are they using shirts now? Do they have their own fan club shirts? Of course they do. Mark's not much older than Aaron. Yeah, well, I'm much younger than them, I think. I mean, I'm 26. I turn 27 next month. Abel S. Thank you so much. SPTV brightens up my day. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm happy if I can entertain you or, give you something to put on while you're doing laundry. I am happy to do that. Hello, hi from Croatia. Hello from America. I do not get many fans from Croatia, so this is nice. This is nice of you. Croatia. What time is it in Croatia? 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Goodness. Goodness. Hi from Austria. The accent's a reflex. I'm just going to pretend that I can do every accent known to mankind. A lot of people were wondering if this is a claymore or what is this sword? So I'm gonna talk about it for a second because it's not a very interesting story. If y'all are interested. Oh, hello from the Netherlands. The Netherlands. Hello from Netherlands. This is just a practice sword. This is a polypropylene Honshu. Shout out to Honshu. Practice sword. It's borderline unbreakable, and I got it because it's really cool. It's like 43 inches. I don't know any other measurements, but it's like my comfort blanket, I rewatched Game of Thrones recently, and just like having this in my hand while I was watching it was like, it's like a fidget spinner, but a fucking sword. Okie dokie. From North Carolina. Fairy Girl, by the way, I followed your dad's advice a few years ago, and it almost killed me. I called in one of his Q&As, and his reply was just stupid. Well, his reply was probably that you were stupid, because he likes to do that, well, you didn't apply it correctly. The classic Scientologist, well, you were doing something wrong. It's like, yeah, I was doing what you told me to do. Oh God, he's very into his own advice in like a very in kind of an unhealthy way. Yeah, He told me to lower animal fat. Well, what is it, Dr. B? What is it? Oh, apparently I can insert ads into the stream. That is insane. I'm going to wait. I didn't know that there was a button. I didn't think that was a button. I thought maybe that'd just be like something it does afterwards. I'm going to wait on that because I'm not sure. We're going to be watching some videos. I haven't seen any of the CoffeeZilla Grant Cardone videos, so we're going to watch some of those. And then we're going to watch the video about how my parents met each other. And it is creepy, to say the least. I've heard the story, and I've always kind of just like glazed out when I hear this story. But we'll get to that. That's a bit later. It's a bit more troubling than it sounds. Clearwater Chad, greetings from Clearwater, Florida. How's it going, Chad? Clearwater Chad, 72 and clear in Clearwater, Florida. 72. What temperature is it over here? It's in the mid 40s over here. But I like the cold. I prefer it to be cold. I run very hot. Brother Norb, I turned the mic up for you, just in case. I'm going to be adjusting the audio levels, so please tell me if I forget to turn my mic back up as I go back and forth. Do not be shy. Where are you? You want me to dox myself on stream? What are you, crazy? Are you insane? Why would I tell you that? Who are you? Who's paying you? Who wants to know, huh? Just kidding. I know Haley's not an OSA bot. The OSA bots are always silent. Silently watching, waiting. They dare not interact. Ian, did you or your siblings ever have a serious illness and need to go see a real doctor? And if so, how did Dr. Berg react to this? My brother, Jordan Berg, got infantile botulism because they brought him to Mexico as an infant, which there's some problems with honey out there and like the tap water. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure the details, but I remember they brought him somewhere they shouldn't have brought him, because he was too young, and he definitely he was not doing too good, but he survived to propagate a human trafficking cult. So it's a cute little fact, cute little fun fact. But yeah, medicine and doctors are bad and awful until you have a life-threatening illness, in which case they're not so awful. He knows me and that I'm from the UK. You told me you were from the UK. And I didn't tell you where I'm from or where I am, because that would be TMI. It's risky business. I don't have the I don't have a lot of nearby ex-Scientologists who I can kind of put on the lookout for neighborhood detectives. So I'd prefer to not just exclaim. Also, I have my parents have hired private investigators to find me in the past, so I do not doubt. I mean, he's spending. Just look at how much money my dad's spending on subscribers and views. He's definitely willing to spend the money on a private investigator to find me again. I mean, I wouldn't care if he did. But yeah. Have I ever done stand-up? No, because I have crippling anxiety. Let's get into this new video. Not new. It's not a new video, actually. Have I ever thought about leaving America? Sure. I'm actually planning on moving, although where is a good question. You know? I kind of meant which state, Ian. If I had the money, I would have paid for you to come to the UK when I saw your first video. Like I've said this before, and I'll say this again. You're allowed to be thirsty, okay? You're allowed to take a sip. You're allowed to savor the flavor, but ain't nobody getting the full glass. All right? It's a personal. It's weird, to be honest. Oh, he has cult trauma. That's so hot. I was once sent a picture of people, of two girls in my DMs who were like drinking wine while watching my video of me like broken talking about my leaving Scientology. And I was like, I don't think this is giving the impression that you're giving, that you wanted to give. You know, it's an interesting little fetish y'all got, but try to be like slightly less parasocial. You can, I talk to y'all. I'll reach out. I respond to comments. I respond to DMs, but I do not really engage in that way. Does Dr. Berg believe in keto, or is he lying about that? I think he believes in whatever makes him money, and he doesn't have the scientific wherewithal to know the difference between what is true and what for him is subjectively like confirming his bias. So he's more of a confirmation bias guy, but he knows a couple big words that he likes to pretend like he's boiling down science, but it just whatever works for him. You know, I don't give a shit one way or another. People think that it's like a family business to talk about keto, and I'm like, what drugs are you on right now? He's grifting, and I don't give a shit about health advice. That is not remotely one of my interests. So, you know, where's Dr. Berg's business based out of? Well, he has a public business address. Oh my God. Dr. Berg's product advisor. That's so funny. His business is in Alexandria, Virginia. It's 4501 Ford Avenue, Alexandria, Virginia, 22302. It's right there on the website. Pray to forgive your father, Ian. Put your soul to rest. Just pray, angel. Peach M, get therapy. Get professional psychological help. You have vastly underestimated where you are. I'm not even sure you know where you are, whether physical or in the stream. So, please, y'all need help greater than Jesus. Forgive my father for abusing me, for funding a human trafficking cult. Okay. The law will have to forgive him for that. Oh boy, we're gonna get to fact checking Dr. Berg in a bit from an actual medical doctor. Alrighty. But first, we're gonna do some Grant Cardone stuff because this dude is crazy. Y'all hear he like went mask off with his racism. It was crazy. Grant Cardone speaks in street terms for the black community, which was just very bizarre and an insulting way for him to phrase that. Even if that's not what he meant to say, it says everything. It says everything that he believes. Because there's also like another video of him like, I want to say the N-word. I want to say the N-word. Oh, yeah. Good morning from Melbourne. Studio, what's up? Gaia, wow, I'm new here. Didn't know all this. Welcome. Ask away. Ask whatever you want. I talk a lot, so this is a good outlet for me to have unstreamed consciousness into the ether. Yeah, Jonathan. Yeah, he said I earned the N-word, and he was talking to a guy who I'm pretty sure was like Italian, or was he like Middle Eastern or something? Like European dudes are way too comfortable using that word. He has something Borg about him. That's funny. Alrighty. I haven't seen these videos. This is Grant Cardone's crazy billionaire advice. This is CoffeeZilla. I know CoffeeZilla does a bunch of stuff, a bunch of exposing. He exposed what was his name? The FTX guy, the crypto scammer. Which was like one of the biggest crypto scams in the world, which was crazy. So this guy's the real deal. Shout out to CoffeeZilla. I just about Dr. Berg. Are you saying Scientology is involved in human trafficking? I am, Lisa. And you should do some research on that. Sam Bankman-Fried, yeah, that's his name. SBF. Somehow, just here seeing the initial, just slapped it back into my brain. You don't need to answer this, but is Scientology also involved in sex trafficking or just labor trafficking? Well, there's a lot of covered up sexual abuse of adults and children, a lot of children. If you go watch Aaron Smith-Levin, Growing Up in Scientology's most recent video, he did an interview with a woman named Reese. I think the video is called I Doxed One of My Sources. I accidentally doxed one of my sources or something. She goes into a very graphic and realistic sort of example of what it's like to be on staff as a minor and at a Scientology organization. And it shows just a very... There aren't many ways to say, like, oh, it's an extreme example, because there's no paper trail. There's no, like, statistics that come out of organizations that are reported to... like abuse statistics that are reported to any official like registry of law enforcement or anything like that. So this stuff happens constantly everywhere. But as far as human trafficking goes, um, they do that a lot. They do the labor trafficking quite a bit. I was trafficked once or twice. A lot of them just don't even know what the difference is. You know, they don't like Google, am I being human trafficked? Because they just don't know. They're discouraged from, a lot of them are second generation Scientologists, third generation Scientologists. They don't really have a legal concept of what trafficking is. They're just told, oh, well, we're just going to send you here and you're going to be on staff here and you'll make a lot of money. And then they go there and then they're on staff and they don't make any money. And then they're just, you know, like a 15-year-old. Like my brother was sent to Florida to train to be on staff when he was like 13 or 14. And he was not paid. And there were a lot of crazy things that went on over there. They do a lot of manual physical labor. So it's just a lot of icky stuff out there. But yeah, my father, Dr. Eric Eugene Berg, if we're being specific, because apparently there are other Dr. Eric Bergs out there, which is kind of crazy. He gives them tens of millions of dollars because he just loves them oh so much. Because they've given him sort of a sense of entitlement to his success. Like he thinks that they're why he's succeeding. But bizarrely enough, he has no interest in talking about Scientology, period, to anyone, or even having interviews anymore. He refuses to do live events at all since I started talking about it. So how proud could he be? What's up, homeboy? What up, dog? You think your dad could ever forgive you? That's up to him. I mean, he'd have to be a big boy, put on his big boy pants, you know? But that's on him. He knows what's happening. And if he knows about it and he says, well, that's not actually happening, that's one thing. But he's heard a tremendous amount of the bad shit that happens in Scientology, and I'm sure he rationalizes it like most Scientologists do. Is Berg Jewish? No, Berg is German. Berg is German for mountain. But he rationalizes it in I'm sure whatever way he he wants to. If he wants to keep donating to a human trafficking cult, that's on him. I don't give a shit whether or not, I know he's doing something wrong and he refuses to take responsibility for the wrong things that he did. So what does that have anything to do with me, Could I ever forgive him? It's all very dramatic. It's all very, Lifetime movie original. Who's the creepy Scientology artist? Scientology artist. Oh, is that the girl? Oh, Fairy Girl, I'm asking because there is an artist who paints creepy paintings of children in blood, and he is a Scientologist too. I think people in cults are just usually weird, got a lot of repression, especially in Scientology. Got a lot of repression, emotional repression. Some people are just fucking weird, is what I gotta say about that. I personally wouldn't paint children in blood. Me personally, it's not my forte. Whose blood is it? That's even weirder. That's another whole bag of potatoes. Bag of potatoes? There's a phrase. You just fill in the blanks. There's a phrase that works. That's the new phrase. Okay. So here we go. This is Grant Cardone's crazy billionaire advice. I'm going to try really hard. Oh, let me fix this real quick. Maybe I can. Noise removal. Room echo removal. Let me see if this works. I'm going to play the video and I'm going to see if there's an echo because I don't want there to be.
I'll never forget, these guys paid $12,000 each to sit in that chair.
Oh. Whoa. All right. Let me fix that. Background noise removal. I'll just move the mic closer to my face so y'all can hear me.
Bruh. $12,000.
I got very upset watching the video we're about to watch together. Actually, angry. I might start just shouting. It's a pitch! It's a pitch! This is arguably the worst advice I've ever seen given to young entrepreneurs. Anybody thinking about their finances, and that's saying a lot because I've seen and shown a lot of trash
real well.
advice on this channel. And it was given actually by...
Homie's got the suspenders on. He's ready to go to work. He's ready to go to a fucking 1930s Wall Street. You know, the guys with the hats and they put my money on this. I don't know what they're called. Stockbrokers. Although I think he's going for like a in his basement detectiving 24/7, you know, the Pepe Sylvia kind of vibe.
Grant Cardone, of all people, someone who I've been on the fence for a while. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've been on the fence about it, but I'm gonna just say it here. Grant Cardone, fake guru, dude. Anyway, this is his video. Undercover billionaire talks about billionaires. The thumbnail says everyone can become a billionaire. Now let that soak in for a second. But let me tell you my realization before we get into anything else. There's a breed of fake entrepreneurs on the internet, much like there's a breed of fake fighting, the WWE, you may know it as. Now we've all seen WWE before, and sure, it's entertaining. But you'd never go to this guy to learn how to fight, right? Hopefully. But this brand of entrepreneurs online are saying that they're teaching real entrepreneurship with these videos. And the tough thing to sort out is that much like, you know, some of these WWE guys, they might be actually legitimately jacked, like, right? Like they're actually ripped, but the thing they're actually...
Gottfried Helwin is the Australian-Irish virtual artist. He has worked as a painter, draftsman, photographer. You're saying this guy's a Scientologist? Ooh. Oh my. Oh God. I can't even. Oh, Marilyn Manson? Does he work with Marilyn Manson? Yeah, no. God, check this dude's hard drive. This guy's got illegal materials for sure. Oh my God. Let's see how he sees himself. Self-portraits. Okay. So self-portraits. What do you think this says about somebody when this is how they view themselves? Blind, tormented, forced to exist. We have some abstract weirdness. I don't like this one with the little girl here. Very creepy. They tried to open up a Scientology center in Germany. They got a castle. Yeah, this guy needs his hard drives seized by the authorities. For sure. Too many, just grown men getting too involved with painting little girls and like small children in like pain and shit. Like, is this a picture of Nazis? You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to show that. You see what I'm saying? Homie's painting Nazis and little girls. This is a child. This is disgusting. This is a child in a Nazi uniform. I don't even know if I'm allowed to have that on the screen right now. This is a child in a Nazi uniform. Who the fuck is this guy? Contact. I'll just contact him and I'm done. I am done with that. We are done with that. That man needs the authorities called on him ASAP. You see what I mean? When I say they're weird? I give it 10 years minimum before this man is brought up on charges. That is disgusting. And I love art. I am a huge fan of art, abstract art, grotesque art. That is not art. That is some kind of weird externalized projected fetishism. That is not art at all. His paintings sell for $500,000 to pedophiles. Am I not allowed to say that? I'm saying it. He sells his art probably to pedophiles. What kind of work wouldn't be out ethics for Scientology? Any art, any sex work, any adult work of any kind, like adult modeling that's nude. But you have people, like, it depends on how much money they give the church, really. Because, I'll say the cult, because, like, good Lord. Some people get away with crazy, crazy stuff by just donating. But, like, that kind of guy, yeah, if he's donating to Scientology, 100% he can get away with that. Because it's art. Management doesn't know anything about being creative. They're definitely not interested in interpreting this guy. They just want his bank account details interpreted via a blank check to the cult. When you see stuff like this, should automatically just be incarcerated and put direct into straitjacket. This is not art. Exactly. Like, how could you... Homie's about to drop Balenciaga's new marketing campaign. High key. This guy is crazy. Crazy. Which is why I just don't even feel interested, like, having that here. Like, I'll look at whatever, but not that. That shit's weird.
Actually doing is just entertainment. It's not real. In the same way, you can have people like Grant Cardone who actually are rich people, but in actual fact, the advice they're giving is fake. This is not how you become rich, and they're doing it as a sort of multimedia entertainment experience. And it makes me so upset because unlike the WWE, which is mostly a harmless show, there's real problems with telling entrepreneurs that this is how you become rich, right? Because you're at risk of people actually believing you. You're at risk of people taking you up on your offer. So
Doesn't everything depend on how much money you give? Scientology's favorite book is the checkbook. You've hit the nail on the coffin. That is exactly correct.
Listen to this together with that preamble out of the way.
Okay? There's 11,000 people that are interested in changing their financial condition. There's so much money on this planet, folks. You have to keep remembering. Surround yourself with people that are telling you the...
I'm going to get Grant a lozenge. This man needs some Halls or some lemon honey tea or something. This guy is hoarse.
truth.
Okay. Give first lesson. Surround yourself with people telling the truth. What's the truth, Grant?
That everybody on this stream could be a billionaire.
Okay, first red flag. How many billionaires are there in the entire world? According to Forbes, 2,095. Now, on Grant Cardone's stream, there's 11,000. So already he's wrong. But fine. I guess he's just trying to be inspirational, whatever. Maybe he means it like you can, but most people won't, right? Let's listen on.
I don't know if you have the right mindset. You probably don't have the right customers yet.
It sounds like a Sarah McLachlan commercial, honestly, like give a puppy $1.
At the end of the line.
Elon Musk
Look at that hairline.
was not a baller his whole life. You're the asset. You are the one that is going to climb the wealth mountain.
Okay, sorry. To come back here, real entrepreneurs, they talk about products. They talk about market conditions. Grant Cardone just said the words, and I kid you not, you are the one that is going to climb the wealth mountain. Now try to explain to me how that's not this. This sounds like something they'd say in the WWE. That's not real. They're doing it for a show for your personal entertainment. If they told you that, that'd be fine. But again, let's talk. He goes, yeah, Elon Musk wasn't always a baller. But wasn't he, though? I mean, he dual majored in economics and physics, was going to go get his PhD, but then dropped out from Stanford in order to go start Zip2. Then he did PayPal, all this stuff. He pretty quickly was a baller. This idea that these guys were losers, but then they heard some famous seminar speaker and they bootstrapped themselves up to go be the billionaires they are today. It's fake. It's not really how the world works. And the problem is not just, oh, you're kind of giving dumb advice. That's not the problem. That's not what I have a problem with. There's a lot of people giving dumb advice that we never talk about because they don't charge $1. But Grant Cardone is different. Now listen.
Who here has made a decision to get to the top of the pinnacle?
Again, what is that? Who has made the decision to get to the top of the pinnacle? What does that have to do with success?
Here's the deal about the decision, folks. You need to make the decision and then keep remaking the decision. You got Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Jeff.
I can't with this music. He really is, though. He's like one of these. He's like a motivational speaker. He's not even giving entrepreneurship advice. How are you going to say, oh, everyone can be a billionaire, and then you give the most milquetoast, like, hoorah, everybody can do it speech? This is pathetic.
You got Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, Jay-Z, and Elon Musk. They all know each other. They've all touched each other. They all hang with each other.
No, they don't, dude. What was that list? Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, Jay-Z, and Elon Musk do not hang out. Newsflash. Yeah, they run in the same billionaire show, but it's not like, hey, I'm going to Jay-Z's house. Bill Gates just drops by Jay-Z's house. They do that for press. It's like.
Also, Grant Cardone is not a billionaire, by the way. Grant Cardone does not have $1 billion. That is an inflated number at the very least. And at the most, it is just a very easy lie. What are you going to do? Check his financials? How? He knows that. He knows you can't check his checking account. See what's in his savings. Homie is grifting at the highest caliber. They've touched it. Yeah. Love for shit. They've all touched each other. Exactly. Like, what is that? What the hell is that? They're talking to each other. They're touching each other. They're licking each other's behinds. Reaching around in a big old circle. That's how you become a billionaire, folks. Now reach around to your local billionaire. Stroke him to completion. I promise that money will flow like his baby gravy down his inner thigh. Fuck.
I like believing that Grant Cardone loves and goes and hangs out with Jordan Belfort and Ty Lopez all the time. No, they don't hang out. They just do their own thing. And this is going to get worse in a second here. This is what really disgusts me here. Watch this.
Collaborate with power, and then you want to write this down. Pay to play.
Pay to play. Interesting. Now we're getting somewhere. Because remember, who do you think he's telling you to pay to play? What does he mean by that? Please elaborate, Grant.
I had been told this most of my life. I did not trust it. I was skeptical.
Then I saw how much money it could make me.
The easiest way to collaborate with power is to buy a seat at the table.
Where can we buy a seat from, Grant? Please help us.
These guys over here, I don't know if you guys can pan over here. Can they see these guys? Look at these guys. Look at these guys. These guys are spending 3 days with me.
This might as well be an idiot panel. I mean, I'm sorry to you if you spent 3 days with Grant. Why? Why would you do that?
I'll never forget. These guys paid $12,000 each to sit in that chair.
Oh,
Bruh. $12,000.
Imagine having $12,000 in this economy, and then imagine giving $12,000 to a guy to sit at a table. Look at that ball. Look at this guy in the background here. None of these men. These are all divorce victims of divorce court back here. Their families hate them. Disposable retirement income. They're probably not even old enough to be retired. $12,000 for a seat. Good Lord.
And he's going, yeah, pay to play. This is terrible advice. These guys, they're playing a game to get your money, to extract wealth from you. And it's all, the narrative is you've got to pay for a mentor, and then surprise, surprise, they're the mentor that wants to help you out, right? This is not how entrepreneurs like Elon Musk got started. Do you think Elon Musk paid someone $12,000 to mentor him at some business 3-day seminar? No!
I look over there, I'm like, man, they're crazy.
Yeah,
They're crazy.
they are.
3 days, I got to look at their ugly faces. Okay? The reality is, I don't know if they're crazy or not. No, I know this. To get to the top of that.
No, they're doing what you told them to do.
Oh, he's roasting the shit out of these guys. I mean, but they paid him $12,000 to get roasted. That is hilarious. Oh my God.
You
As a side note, they all look white and over 40. Yeah, exactly.
said in one of your other speeches, pay to play or something to that extent. Then they, unfortunately, listened to you, spent $12,000 they could have used for their business, and what are they getting out of it? Another sales pitch from Grant Cardone. Guys, Grant Cardone is a fake guru. Like, again, I was on the fence about him for a while. You guys know that if you follow my channel, because you know what? He is a good salesman. That's true.
Sorry to keep pausing. I'm not going to pause too many times, I hope. But Grant Cardone is also under investigation by the FBI for fraud. Just to throw that out there. So, there are people like wearing wiretaps in his business because of how illegal he is behaving business-wise.
But at the end of the day, what is the advice he's giving? It's just all of this. This is the Grant Cardone show, but for entrepreneurs.
You're going to have to do some crazy shit. To stay where you are, you will have to do some crazy shit.
Are you guys following this logic? It's the most transparent cash grab I've ever seen from one of these guys. Hey, you want to be a billionaire? You can be, so he sells you the dream. Don't be a loser. Sells you the dream. You need to collaborate with power. But of course, he knows you don't have anyone powerful to collaborate with. So, the easiest way to collaborate with power, now he's providing you the solution, is to pay to play. Coincidentally, look at these suckers. Paid $12,000 over here, lined right up. And then he goes, yeah, they're crazy, but are they crazy enough? Do you guys see how manipulative this is?
Listen to me. To get to the top, you will have to do something crazy.
What could
To
that be,
stay
Grant?
where you are,
What could it be?
you will be forced to do something crazy.
Y'all see what I'm mad? I got furious watching this. Oh, look at that. He goes, you're going to have to do something crazy. And then he goes, reserve your seat now, 10X Growth Con. It's a pitch. It's a pitch. His whole thing is undercover billionaire talks about billionaires. Guys, it's just a pitch to make him richer. Does anybody get this? Does anybody understand? Does anybody see what I'm saying? Listen, I don't care if you watch Grant Cardone. God bless you. Go have some fun. It's entertainment. And occasionally, man's got a point. You can only say so many aphorisms like, early to bed, early to rise, before you're kind of right. I mean, a little bit, right? But you're not going to watch this and become an entrepreneur. Please. What I like about the WWE is they're open about it now. They go, yeah, it's entertainment. They call it sports entertainment because it's not real fighting, right? If Grant Cardone were to come out tomorrow and go, hey, guys, duh, you're not going to become a billionaire by doing a 3-day wealth summit or whatever, or 10X Growth Con, 10X. If he did that, I'd have no problem. I wouldn't be here shouting to the void, right? But instead, you're going to do it to me, Grant. You're going to go, I believe in you. I believe anyone can be a billionaire. No, you know they can't be a billionaire, Grant. You're lying. You know it's actually factually impossible, actually. 11,000 people aren't going to become a billionaire. Really pisses me off that this kind of crap is going around. And then it's like people don't know, right? Because you look at the sentiment under this video, and I hate to do this, but look at this. 1,700 people like this post, and then all the comments are positive. Everyone can become a billionaire. No, they can't. If you have the right group of friends, no, they can't. Great motivation, nope. Great mindset, nope. That's not how you become a billionaire. The reason Jeff Bezos is a billionaire is not because of his mindset. The reason Jeff Bezos is a billionaire is he was a smart guy with a lot of things going for him. He went to top tier schools, then he took a gigantic risk and it paid off. It blows my mind how these people have hoodwinked so many people into thinking they and Jeff Bezos, they're like the same people. And I know you guys aren't going to want to hear this, right? I know you're not going to want to hear this. You're going to be like, Grant Cardone also has real estate. Yes. Okay. Yeah, sure. But at the end of the day, what's he teaching? He's teaching this. So that's I'm going to call him what he is, right? If you go, you become part of the WWE, you're fake fighting. That's what you do. If you sell 10x GrowthCon tickets by saying, do something crazy and pay me $12,000, this is what you're doing. Anyway, that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed.
All right. That's crazy. I mean, I know a lot about Grant's grifts. Grant's been grifting for quite a while. But good Lord. You rarely find people batting for Grant Cardone who aren't also batting for, like Andrew Tate or, these other like alpha grind set. We only drink bottled water at the 10x Growth Conference. I'm working on my Andrew Tate. Sorry. It's not ideal. Good Lord. Also, his IAS reg is probably asking for a few more million in donations, and he's like, "Gotta set up another conference." IAS is the International Association of Scientologists. You can hear me. You can hear me. Don't lie. You can hear me. Is this okay? How about this? Is this fine? Can you hear me okay? The IAS is the International Association of Scientologists, and they're basically the fundraising arm of Scientology. They do enormous amounts of fundraising. I remember when I was a kid going to one of my first like IAS events. My parents got me. I think it was like 5 or 6 years old. My parents got me my lifetime membership, which I think is like $5,000. I asked one of the guys after. I was just curious. I don't know what brought me to say this, but I asked one of the fundraisers. I was like, I guess we were headed back to the car in the parking garage, and my parents were talking to that guy. And I said, what if you only had $2 to donate? Like, what if all you had was $2 and you wanted to donate $2? He said, we wouldn't accept it. It would be an embarrassment. It would be insulting to accept such an egregiously low amount. And that person would be kicked out. Dude, you have 69 viewers currently. Nice. It's just it's all very typical, and I've seen it like a million times. But yeah, it never stops. Although when you get the way they treat the donators is very like grooming-esque. It's very like they'll send you flowers, they'll send you like weird gifts, they'll send you my parents would get these like giant globe awards. I don't know if you saw those the bowling trophies that's how Mike Rinder described it. Let me I posted a tweet. Oh, weird. The hell? Let me find this tweet. Oh, it's probably in media. Probably a faster way, because I posted a picture of in the Scientology here. This is an example of the donation awards that you get. So this is for patron. I think this is a picture. I don't even think this is like a real thing. I think this is just talking. This is like a scaled up version of the pin. But these are some of the. This is an example. Oh fuck! This is what I'm talking about. Y'all can see what I'm pointing out. I'll fix my video, but there you go. Just have to keep an eye on that. Here's an example of the awards that you get for donating. Something like this behind her. These are for like the 5 million, the 10 million, 15, 20 million. Mike Rinder replied, said $10 million bowling trophies. Did I win any Scientology trophies? I did not win because I was not donating. I have donated, but nowhere near as much as my parents donated. I got to kind of flex what my parents donated. One time I got to wear this pin. This pin is platinum meritorious with honors. I think that was $2.5 million. It's a pin that you get for it's laced with diamonds around the rim, and there's like a amethyst or something in the center. It's like a status symbol in Scientology. People look at you like, "Oh, who is this person? Oh my god." It was kind of cool because I had never had things like my parents didn't. I never got a bunch of fancy stuff. Hell, I didn't. We went on like 2 vacations as kids to like King's Dominion. We never. As kids, we only really got the essentials, and because my dad was so focused on like grinding to provide for the family, and then once he did make millions of dollars, he just kept it to himself to go to Italy and to buy expensive cars and to buy big houses, and claimed it was like a family expense. But I couldn't go to college, I couldn't finish my education, I couldn't I couldn't, these luxuries were never really extended to us. I mean, I could say maybe a bit more towards my brother because he was on staff since he was 14 years old, and he was an ethics officer. So, which means he enforced Scientology, and he was sort of this strong arm, manipulator for the DC org. So he got basically whatever he needed, but still he was like it was implied that like we never asked for anything because it would always be no. And then I remember asking a little less than a year before I left. Before I like made my first video, I was in like just the worst possible place. Emotionally, financially, I was like dealing with a lot of anxiety and depression, and I wanted to do something for myself because I had just left staff, and it was just like life was awful, and I was like trying to do this online film school because it was towards the beginning of COVID, and it wasn't crazy. It was something like $25,000 a year, for like 3.5 years. And my mother thought that was way too expensive. So instead she bought a farm and used millions of dollars to renovate it, and went on Italian vacations, and renovated her mansion, their mansion, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't care about practical education. They don't care about traditional. They don't care what you want to do. Does this help Scientology, or I'm sure now they've had to spend some money on my sister and my brother to kind of buy them a slightly more comfortable life than they've had, so that they don't what do you call it, defect, so that their lives aren't as absolutely shitty as they have been. Looks kind of Nazi-ish. I wouldn't argue with you about that. I mean, it's very like the pride of our group. Wink, wink, The flame of wisdom. Who'd want to display those giant, hideous plastic trophies? It's so funny. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost certain it's like gilded aluminum. Okay, because there's no way they're buying this much in gold, right? It's probably gilded aluminum and glass. Those that like this panel back here is glass, and these like little flames are all glass. So they are heavy and they are gigantic. It's impossible to say whether or not they're like real gemstones or not. I mean, you're not going to check. Why would you check? You just spent all this money. Of course, they're giving you real gold. Maybe it is real, but it's a drop in the bucket to to what they're getting in return. They give validation. You've compromised so much of your life and your personal wealth to trust in this group, and then they give you a fucking bowling trophy, and you're like, oh, I must be doing it good. My parents have tons of these. My mom was actually complaining that she had nowhere to put them because they would arrive in these like Ark of the Covenant type wooden crates. It should have a picture of Kool-Aid on it instead. At least then it'd be functional, You could pull on this little flame part here, and then it's like a water spout, You just you pop the top off. That'd at least be functional. This is just like a giant paperweight for cultists. You sound very eloquent for the person that didn't finish the college. You make a fine researcher. Thank you. I don't know what I'd research, but I'd research D's. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue the next video. I'm going to play it. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
I know you don't believe in psychiatrists, and that's okay because I'm not a psychiatrist.
Okay. Right off the bat, he already knows that he's a Scientologist. Actually, okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick here because I actually don't want to miss this. Aluminum for 11 million. Facts. Literally. How dumb can you be? Gold is like one of the heaviest. I'm not gonna say one of the heavy. It is a very heavy metal. So like, you don't want like a solid gold giant trophy. That would just be impossible to ship. So it has to be aluminum, just so that they can cut down on the weight. Nothing else in Scientology is real. There's no reason to think that they change the approach for the gold or gems in their trophies. That's very true. It's a good point. Yeah, like what do you like? You're not gonna check. I have one around here. I have a small one that I put in a drawer and I moved, and I found it recently. I've been looking for it for weeks. Can't for the life of me find where I put it. But if I find it, I'll show it to y'all. Follow me on Twitter, and if I find it, I'll post it on Twitter. Ian, do you make music, keyboard in the background? I am in the process of learning how to create digital music, because I don't have my my guitars, because they're actually being held at Dr. Berg's house. He refuses to respond to me. I actually called my brother today, and I left him a very reasonable voicemail, because they have me blocked on everything else. They refuse to return me my property. If y'all want to, hold on. Y'all want to, it's my brother's website. See down here at the bottom. That's a phone number right there that I used. And if y'all want to give him a call and ask him politely to allow me to get my property back, that would be very nice. It's ironic that it ends in 666, but I wouldn't read too much into that. I called him. I don't think I'll be getting that 24-hour response that his voicemail gave. He's actually next door to my dad's office in Alexandria. It used to be my dad's office, but my dad just gave it to him because, well, to make his life easier, I'm supposing. Yeah, so, just, you don't have to get into the Xenu stuff, but just politely ask him if, he wants to return any of my property, because he has full access to the house. My mommy and daddy do not have to even be involved. This is his photo website that he does. He actually, within like 6 months, he learned how to be a photographer. He took like an online course in being a photographer to making an online course in photography just to have another source of income. So there's not, despite all that, I'm not here to sit in judgment about my brother, who is OT7 and knows the Xenu story. I'm more upset that he won't return my property. Or he's complicit in not returning the property, because he knows all the ethics tech. He's been trained in it, but he still refuses to, take any responsibility for himself. And just when I first, I had some property when I first made my first video, and I said I want my property back, and he said, yeah, that's fine. I said I have stuff in there. I have guitars, I have boxes, I have a Game of Thrones mug, just simple stuff, that I wanted to bring with me. And instead of allowing me to get my things, they just put a couple boxes on the street and had me pick it up with the doors locked and nobody there. And it was very grim. So I just want the rest of my shit back. And I don't think that's, I don't think that's unreasonable. Maybe he can send you a really nice photograph of your property. Yeah, he'd have to Photoshop it completely, though, because he's not really, as you can see, he doesn't really, he kind of leans into the Photoshop and the compositing and the stenciling and the addition into his photography. He could take a photo, but I think he's more interested in claiming that he's a fine artist. $1,800 for a guy who's fresh out of his own, online course. I don't know about all that. Again, not my problem. Yeah, I'm sure you could take an exquisite photo of the rest of my property, but so illegal. Call cops. Ask for escort. It's like a civil matter. So I feel like if I show up, they kind of already have this like if I show up and start knocking, they would just call the police because they have some, I'd have to literally, I would literally have to have like a civil lawsuit, which I may or may not be in the process of getting handled. But I'd like to avoid that by just having my shit back. How hard is that? Less than a back seat's worth of stuff. Which guitars are they refusing to return to you? I don't know how much about guitars, but I assume mostly electric guitars. I have two guitars. I have a Schecter Diamond Series Omnic Stream 6 with pearlescent inlays on the fretbar, which it goes out of tune a lot, but I like it. Just a cool electric guitar that I've had for a long time and I did want to get back into. And then I have a Seagull acoustic guitar. I don't know if there's like a model, but it's just a very nice guitar, and I'd love to play it again. Guitars are expensive objects. I wanted to I had some idea that I would get to keep my property. I have a camera gimbal that I can't make videos with. I have like filming equipment. The Game of Thrones, it's a Stein. It's like a Stein for Game of Thrones with a little House of Stark wolf on it. Super simple. You'd think you'd just put that in with the boxes, but I guess that was too heavy, I understand they're exerting control, so they think, by keeping you on a string. Exactly. But it's just pathetic. It's just literally looks like they are cowering under a rock. From the outside perspective, it's like, y'all just do a thing. Y'all think you're powerful. Y'all think you're operating Thetans. How hard is it to just return me my property? Throw in some underhanded comments about how, oh, you've gained weight, or like, I don't give a shit. Just give me my property back. Sprinkle Cake, what's up? Glad I caught your live. Yeah, I see your comments sometimes of like, fuck, I missed it. Oh, Laura OT. Oh, are you the one who was sending me hate comments? Oh, heal humanity. Aw. Laura, how's your cult doing? Everyone say hi to Laura from her cult. Or I'm not sure your logic works out there, but it's a nice try, nice attempt. Yeah, Laura, I actually had to report some of your comments because of how absurdly hateful they were. They got filtered out of my main video into my into the held for review because, well, I mean, you remember. So theta of you. I thought, isn't it against the rules or something to talk to an SP or to communicate with an SP or something? I forget. You know, either way, thank you for your wonderful theta. It's really, really great. You should block Laura. Why? I'm not a Scientologist. I don't have to just block people willy-nilly. You know, unlike her, or unlike Scientologists, I can confront whoever I want because I'm not in a cult. Everybody, clear the room. Clearwater Chad has outlawed all hate. He has spoken. All hail Clearwater Chad. Laura says, LOL, this is the first comment I've made, you poor victim. Bruh. You All right, Laura. You win. Dog. You try. You're gonna try real hard. Good job, Laura. I don't want to make people wait for this video for too long, but I'm dying to see what else she's got. So we'll just see we'll see what else Laura's got while we watch this. Even though, Laura, you know that's a lie because you comment on my videos. I can see your channel. Miss I'm sorry, what was the tagline? Heal humanity. Adorable. Adorable. On your little hold on. It's been a rough couple of years for everyone. This is her channel, by the way. Should we watch her video? This is Laura. Hold yourself together. I'm proud of you. Sometimes you climb out of bed in the morning and you think, I'm not gonna make it. But you laugh inside, remembering all the times you felt that way. Give yourself another day, another chance. You will find your courage eventually. Don't give up on yourself just yet, unless you don't like Scientology, in which case you should kill yourself. Stay strong. Your story isn't over yet. Never bend your head. Always hold it high. Look the world straight in the eye. Ugh. I'm sorry, guys. This is very cringe. But Laura, thank you for being... Oh, I can't say that word. Thank you for being... thank you for promoting and boosting my stream by taking part in the discourse. That actually helps my analytics for you to do that. So I appreciate you being here. And thank you for supporting me and SPTV. Laura OT, everybody. Laura OT.
So don't worry. Don't get so defensive, okay? Put your hands down, Grant. Because you know what you've been up to. You know you've been acting very strange. Your friends have been telling me you've been acting different ever since the pandemic. And Grant, let's just talk about it, right? It's time for an intervention.
Act like a boss, not like a bitch.
What's next is insane.
Y'all, this is your guru.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see
Grant Cardone, ladies and gentlemen.
a whole new side of Uncle G. I'm talking crazy. Are you ready? Can you handle it?
This is Grant's true inner beast. This is who he truly wants to be. See the passion he gets when he dresses, when he has the opportunity to pretend he's in drag, or to I feel he feels more beautiful this way. He feels empowered this way. You know, I feel like this is the Grant we should have gotten, you know.
Will you love me? Or will you hate me?
That little giggle. He's giggling. He loves it.
Ooh.
5 $5. Thank you, Abel. $5 says Laura OT is thirsty for one of those sips. Honestly, she's probably. Could I blame her? Honestly, actually, let's all thank Laura, because if she wasn't here, then I would not have gotten that tip. So thank you again, Laura, for supporting my channel. I really appreciate it. Laura says, no, normal people have no idea what any of the terms you're all dropping here, and no one cares either. Well, I mean, no one cares about Scientology, but we all care about the problems that Scientology causes for the rest of the world. The human trafficking lawsuits against David Miscavige, which he has been served for, the many insurance fraud schemes that Scientologists pull. I mean, you're a drop in the bucket, baby girl. But thank you again for supporting my stream.
Woo, indeed, Grant. Now, some of your friends think it's just because you're losing a lot of money during the pandemic.
Now, on the rumors of my bankruptcy.
Mr. Reborn, what kind of channel is this? I just found you. It's a channel on YouTube. Here we do the talking and the reacting. No, we shit on Scientology here.
That is soon to happen. Yes, it's true.
All day, every day.
I'm losing the plane,
Well, I wish all day, every day. Eventually, it'll be all day, every day.
the condo.
We all know you're stressed, Grant. And maybe it's time to meditate or something, but you got to stop posting to social media, buddy.
Please, I don't need a lecture. I'm a goddamn grown man.
Oh, so he finally speaks, huh? Well, really, you're so grown. Explain this, Grant. Yeah, I know. I'm speechless too, Grant. And that's not even all there is. For this next clip, I'm actually going to be wearing some safety protection. This is for my safety, not for yours.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. All right, man. All right, guys. I mean, this is head protection.
Grant, when you see that video of yourself, do you see a man who is sane?
Have a 10x day. Have a 10x day.
Just being a silly, goofy guy. Silly, goofy man. Nothing wrong with that. I just see a 9-year-old at the trampoline park. He's getting his wiggles out. He's just Jazz going crazy right now. It's so funny. It's hilarious. He's just getting his little wiggles out. He's just a rambunctious little guy doing his rambunctious little enclosure activities. He's got to have some enrichment time in his enclosure.
That video of yourself, do you see a man who is sane?
Have a 10x day. Have a 10x day.
Nurse, we're losing him. Come in here. Nurse, get in here. We're losing him, please. We're losing Grant. Patient record, Grant Cardone. I was unable to get the patient responsive for the rest of the session. He would only shout cryptically, have a 10x day. But with a few more sessions, I do think that he may make some progress. But notice that as soon as
Laura says, looks like we have a little nutter cult starting here. So I think we've proved that she's British. The only difference here, Laura, is that you don't have to pay me shit. I will not charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars to give you immortality. You want immortality? There. You've gotten it.
As he left, he did post another
Not a dime.
TikTok, which is deeply concerning. Follow up next week.
Joker mode. Good Lord. Good Lord. We got one more. I guess we have two more from CoffeeZilla. Oh no, that's another one. Okay, we'll get to that. One more Grant Cardone video. Lord, Ali, yeah, nice to see you. Nice to see you too. Oh, Laura. Flying too close to the sun here, Laura. Are you all like Scientologists? A handful are. So you're already breaking many policies here. Don't make me report you. I mean, OSA's also watching this, so they're going to find out who you are and if you're not also OSA. I don't think you... OSA's, I think, a little too smart to openly reveal themselves like this because it is off policy to support suppressive people, which is what you've done. So thank you for that again. But it's... Sorry, it's just so funny. How much time do you got on your hands, Laura? Did I catch you at a good time? I'll make sure to stream at the same time each week because it seems like a good time to catch you. If you want, you can subscribe so you can jump in the chat whenever you whenever you see me live, and you can do your little song and dance.
So worried about you right now. The savings rate this month.
Ooh, look at that haircut. We're already on Backstreet Boys reunion time here.
Hit a low of 2.7%. This is a unbelievable and ridiculous warning sign that I told you about last week.
You're the person that has $236.
Invest it all in yourself. You're already broke. Don't hold on to $236. Our parents, they taught us to save money. You know?
Yeah,
This is
100%.
stupid.
I want to bank cash, man. I need money. I need emergency funds.
A safety net is one of the first goals any investor should establish and fund. We recommend that everyone should save regularly towards some kind of safety net.
It just doesn't make any sense. Save your money. Prepare for a rainy day.
I heard
It
he
fucking
was on
don't
the
rain here.
Logan Paul show, and Logan Paul was like, "What's up with Scientology?" And he was like, kind of like being facetious and like kind of grifting a little bit. He was trying to cheese him a little bit, but they don't really what you call. He doesn't really think. Not a lot of thoughts going on up in this head here.
I need to treat money like it's sacred. The savings rate in this country was over 6.5% for 30 years. Now it's collapsed again. What are you doing?
I'll never forget. These guys paid $12,000 each to sit in that chair.
It's a better view
3
of
days, I got to
the
look at their ugly faces.
Look, man, you're spending money on junk when you don't need it. Look at my little things, man. I know guys walking around with $500 and $600 headphones, and I got my little freebies that came with my phone. Why? What's the difference?
So this is a 13-passenger Gulfstream. It retails for about $61 million.
Truth is, most people don't like money. I know they don't like money. You know how I know they don't like money? Because as soon as you get some, you get rid of it. You buy shit with it.
I mean, it's crazy. When you
All right, I think some people are kind of upset with Laura, so on behalf of y'all, I'll go ahead and yeah, where are you, Laura? Sorry, Laura. People have spoken. Everybody say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Have fun in your call, Laura. Bye-bye. Oh, whoops. Bye-bye. I'm reporting this stream. Aw. Aw, she's reporting me. Because she came in and tried to harass the chat and me. But she's reporting this stream. Okay. Y'all, I'm confused. We got this is all recorded, right? Oh yeah, no, and there's also a chat replay. Okay. I forgot for a second there. Yeah. God, this is what I'm talking about. The same thing with like Dr. Berg stands is like I understand that I understand the comparable value of me before I blew the whistle to after. Okay, I understand that a lot of you would have had no idea who I am if I hadn't blew the whistle. Even though I did make silly, goofy content before then, I don't care about that. Especially because the mindset I was in back then, and the constant like, these people have no idea how horrible my life was in Scientology, because they are still in denial about how horrible their life is in Scientology. But even the Dr. Berg stands still trying to find some like nugget of saving grace, of like, oh, you know, Dr. Berg is still a great man, and he's still, you know, I hope someone can save him, and which to some degree I understand. But he is like a 50-plus year old man who is making his own decisions. So like when these people, you know, they want to find a way to still validate, I guess, the health gains, like they stopped eating sugar and they lost a couple pounds, and they're like, Dr. Berg saved my life. You know? So like, how could anything he says be wrong, or how could anything he does be wrong? Although that is sort of a subjective delusion, like a skewing of, I guess, you know, reason versus, you know, subjective reward, I guess, is like a weird way to put it. But it's all just completely parasocial relationships with an online health guru, completely. And I always know when they're, oh, whoops. I stare at the camera to look at y'all, but okay. I forget, because the camera's on this monitor, and on this monitor is where all the viewing stuff is. I don't want to be like looking at the video over here the whole time, so I just can't see it when it freezes. But yeah, I can tell when they're like very zealous and very parasocial, when they're like, I get these comments. There's one, I got one earlier. Like they'll say, I don't agree with Scientology, but Dr. Berg is so, you know, he still is such a great human being, and he's so incredible, but they don't do that extra step of research. Or they watch one of my videos and they go right on the guarded fence of like, oh, he's against Dr. Berg, fuck this guy, or he doesn't know what he's talking about. Some people don't even understand what I'm saying because they don't watch enough to hear the excruciating detail that I put into my explanations of exactly what like what it is I'm trying to do, or what it is I'm talking about. So they don't do that extra effort, but then they still expect me to like consider their opinion about someone they don't know personally, but somebody who literally I've known my entire life. So it's this weird, like, I can't even say it's like they're dumb, because I don't like to think like that. I don't like to think that some people are just stupid and can't change. I think a lot of people, oh my God. Now we got Laura Dick in the chat. I made a satirical account of her, and I will now let her watch. Thank you. We will all keep Laura in our heart. I mean, Laura could have also been like you know, one of those kind of we're doing an analytical deep dive of the psychology of Laura OT tonight on BBC. She could be also one of those like intro Scientologists who hears the word OT and they're like, oh, this is just a universal phrase for, being positive or being powerful or blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's very kind of juvenile. It was similar to that woman that Andrew Gold interviewed, that Scientologist who was like a Scientologist for 9 years, but she's only done introductory courses. Like, you're not a Scientologist. You subscribe to the concept of Scientology, but to a sort of like blank, non-committed ideal sort of sense where you want to be in a group or you want to be how do I describe this? You want to be in a group passively to be positive, but you don't really want to involve yourself in any serious part of that group, but you sort of claim ownership of the group as a whole. So I've had a couple people go to bat for Scientology in my comments and in my DMs and claim to be like some, religious warrior for Scientology to fight away the SPs because they did the ethics book course on extension, or they did, they did 2 of their basics, okay, or they read Dianetics in 1978 or some shit like. So, but they haven't done the ethics specialist course or the PTSSP course or the, they're not a trained auditor. They haven't done the. And I've done like 10 times the courses that they've done and had the experiences that they've had, and they've been in Scientology for X amount of time. So it's like, it's like a stolen valor of cultiness. But the second I put them on blast, like they don't know the policies and they kind of like are blasé with the policies of talking to SPs. So the second I say this person, like the second I call their bluff and I say, hey, everybody, look at who's trying to go out to bat for Scientology for me. Within hours, their entire presence is gone. Or like they've blocked me on everything and they've deleted all the comments and, go into private accounts. It's systematic and it's frankly pathetic because if you actually care about your religion, wouldn't you allow yourself the ability to fight for it and be honest about it? Do you have to lie about it? Just sad. It's like people only do things because they get paid. And I think that's just really sad. You get that reference. They don't know that there's not really Scientology light. Exactly, Sprinkle Cake. Exactly. Hey, Boda. Do you think South Park will tackle Scientology again when Little David goes to court and possibly prison? I think once Scientology loses its tax exemption and the concept that Scientology is this like scary legal threat to anyone who talks badly about it sort of fades, even though they haven't really sued anybody in almost 20 years. So I don't really think that it's as big of a problem as it used to be. But I think a lot of people will free reign. Will kind of go take the reins and kind of do some do their own fun with it. I think people, you wonder why Scientology doesn't get enough attention. It's on you. And I'm not saying you in the chat. I'm saying it's on the people who aren't talking about it. And that seems a little aggressive to some degree, but it's true. I mean, it's the fact of the matter. I don't hate people who don't talk about Scientology. I just, I find it, I guess it's easier to see who has what levels of conviction by who they're willing to confront or who they're willing to target. there's a few channels that I would love to see talk more about Scientology. And they sort of passively touch on it and then never really dive into the subject fully, because they have this concept that it's this grave threat to their livelihood, or this grave they've created such an illusion of fear because of all the actual crimes that they've done in the past. It's like I'd love to see more people talk about it. But it's kind of a complicated thing to know. Although I do think there is enough content out there that you can learn about it to a degree like I know about it. I mean, there is a probably an aspect where you have to live in a certain environment to understand the nuances of it. But, that's why Aaron makes videos. And that's why Chris Shelton does the critical Q&As and those short form videos. And there you go. Yeah, that's why Aaron does the short form video. Chris does the short form answering questions, and we know enough. We just want to know what it is you need to know, because there is so much to know about Scientology and how it does bad, and where it's even done good. Although it's sparse in that area, and I have a very particular outlook on Scientology in the sense that L. Ron Hubbard did way too many bad things to, I think, be considered a valid source of good information, and he stole a lot of his information from other places as well. So I don't really think we can accredit anything good that Scientology does to Scientology technology. I digress. It's just the nuances. So I think more people should talk about it. I've been offered to talk about it in very in a lot of different places, but sometimes I say no if I feel like it's gonna be depending on who's asking, because some people who have asked have been very let's say disgusting in the content that they create, and I don't want to give them a platform, even if it's spreading this idea of Scientology. It's like, yeah, but I'm also I'm not gonna feed this sort of sensationalism on this gross channel as opposed to like a channel that actually wants to talk about it or wants to make fun of it in a way that actually matters. They don't give a shit about Scientology. They just want to talk about, they just want to get views, and I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Disgusting. Like Ethan from H3H3? Absolutely not. I think Ethan, I would love to talk to Ethan about Scientology. Are you kidding me? Did you see the interview he did with Mark Elliott from Nexium? Dude, funniest interview I think I've ever heard. Absolutely hilarious. Can you pop up chat comments that you're addressing onto the screen? No, there's a few things I want to figure out how to do through YouTube. I think I need widgets. There's a widget I need a few. Probably one to keep the chat up behind, like on the screen. Probably like over here somewhere. And then probably one to pick and choose the ones from Aaron he uses StreamYard, but it's like you have to pay for StreamYard, otherwise we're gonna have a fat duck in the corner of the screen. I don't want to do that. Or I have to edit it all in post, and that's just not possible. That's smart. Their behavior matters too, since you're commenting on a cult with bad behavior. Exactly. I don't want to platform a hateful group on a platform that is also inherently hateful. It's like, oh, they're bad to take the attention off of the person I'm talking to. You know, Scientology is worse. Oh, look how bad Scientology is. So this channel might not be so bad. But it's like it's it's literally it's a nuanced decision making, you know, in the moment. Something Scientology knows nothing about. Try Streamlabs. It actually doesn't work for YouTube. Streamlabs is not well integrated with YouTube. None of the Streamlabs tools that I've seen. I'm sure there's some HTML. I could learn that coding, all that young speak. You know, but I'm just not. I have between the things that I'm doing behind the scenes, and then, you know, what I do for the videos. The study for, you know, I have to watch like 15 YouTube videos just to do it, and then my attention, and I have some problems with some study problems.
I got MUs. I got all those misunderstood words.
As an H3 channel member, I'm pretty sure they would have you on if you reach out. You would think. You would think. I don't know. You know, Ethan's busy, but I would go pretty ham. I don't think I would even just settle for an interview. I'd want to do something big. I would want to give them content. Something huge. And that's with a Y. You know? But I've thought about it. Actually, I have a few places that I'd like to, a few podcasts I'd like to go on, but that's really just, you know, so would fucking how many other people. But also I've been watching H3 for like years, you know, so that'd be a dream. Go on Tim Pool or Rogan? Yeah, if I want to talk about fucking legalize the ownership of nuclear bombs. Tim Pool is such a goober. I just don't care as much about like what people think about me, so I don't need to be this like I don't need to be this like super proper delivery system. I just know a lot of shit about the topic, and I lived it my whole life, and I can talk about it in a coherent sentence. But I like the goofs and I like the gaffes. So you know, I don't have to look like a fucking Harvard professor. You know, it's I just want to have fun, and I want to live my life, and I can make fun of myself, and I do, and I'm allowed to, you know, have conversations, and things I was never allowed to talk about it. You know, talk about it. Things I can talk about now that I wouldn't have been able to talk about beforehand. Who would have you on in a heartbeat? I don't really like him. I don't like him. Not really a big fan. Although I'm sure he would give me the benefit of the doubt, because we're not talking politics. Just kind of gives me weird vibes. If the Liver King can make it onto every podcast known to man, then you can make it on H3. And you can make it on H3 anyway because you're badass. Well, I appreciate. I mean, Sprinkle Cake, you've been fighting. You've been fighting the good fight in the comments, so I appreciate you. Ethan gets himself into trouble for sure, but he also really does not give a single fuck what people think about him, and he's I think he means well ultimately, and he does I'm not going to go to bat for him. You can talk to him about what his he does a lot of funny shit, and he's not going to be like super racist or transphobic or like for the sake of being like he doesn't actually. I have certain views and I choose to associate with certain people who I choose to associate with certain people who have certain core values above others. I don't care what politics you agree with, but some people take themselves really, really seriously, and they say a lot of really awful things, like Matt Walsh types, and you can kind of tell what kind of person they are, and that's the kind of people that I grew up with. Secretly narcissistic, grifters who really have this like hidden hate inside them. And I think leaving Scientology has given me like a very stark contrast to see what kind of people I should trust and what kind of people I should look for, and how to what do you call it? How to measure the nuance of like interpersonal beliefs between myself and others. Like, I don't have to agree with everything you say, but I'm not going to sit down with fucking Nick Fuentes and talk about Scientology. You know what I mean? Put me in a room with that little fucker and I'll shatter his teeth into his head. I do not fuck with Nazis, period. It is I do co-sign violence against Nazis. That is something I am for. You are allowed to harm them. I believe this wholeheartedly. But racists are up there. I don't fuck with racists. There's no reason to be racist in a world where we've kind of proven that means nothing. Race, I mean. I don't think that, just call him a cat boy. Dude, Nick would need his fucking bodyguards. Honestly, Nick would need his bodyguards. He does that show in his parents' basement. What a fucking creep. Definitely don't lose those critical thinking skills. You clearly have to suss out those vile groups and people. Absolutely. I developed critical thinking skills. In Scientology, you think the word critical means something that it doesn't mean. You take one small sort of definition of critical, which is like being judgmental or having negative opinions towards something, and they blanket that as the only definition. You don't really allow yourself to learn what critical thinking is, because you wouldn't be in a cult if you did. But being critical is a sign of crimes that you've committed. If we want to get like Scientology lore about it, in Scientology, when you do a bad thing, L. Ron Hubbard says that you internalize this bad thing and you pull away from what you did the bad thing to, and then you make the thing to make what you did not bad, you make the thing you did it to bad. So I hit Jim, and now I have to make it okay for me to hit Jim. So Jim is now a dick, right? This is all nonsense and generalistic fucking pseudoscientific bullshit. It's like the most vague, like, you only hate me because you're hiding something about me. Like it's a control mechanism, right? To have this mind, to have this definition or theory be in your group. You if your religion has this, I'm sorry, but there's a problem you should look into. But so when they see, if you say something critical or if you joke about Scientology, they see it as, oh, well, that person has done something bad to Scientology or to a Scientologist, so I shouldn't consider their opinion valid because they have crimes or they have harmful, what they call overts or overt acts. And this is like a scale that they think compounds into greater and more violent overt acts. It's what's called the overt motivator sequence, which is you do a bad thing, you make that thing bad, which leads you to withdraw more and do a worse bad thing, and then you make that thing worse, and then you do a worse bad thing. But it's all it creates immense emotional anxiety for anything you do. You know, you're policing yourself and your thoughts constantly because you have this idea that, you know, every bad opinion, every critical thought you have is because of a crime. Like you haven't done anything to have these thoughts. You're just having these thoughts, which lead you to question Scientology, and that's not what they want. You know, ultimately, you can believe whatever you want. With regards to what I'm saying. But the reality is, it's a remarkably effective control mechanism that stops Scientologists from listening to outside sources and listening to people, you know, who want to help you. Who like, I want to talk to these people who are in Scientology. I want to help them. But I just know right from the bat exactly, I can hear my voice in their head, and I can hear how I have to be very specific with what I say to people and how I say things, because, you know, depending on how long they've been in Scientology, they can have this instant sort of fearful reaction to this very, you know, and if I'm too nice about it, they might see it as covertly hostile, which has also been defined in not only word, but in gesture. They have pictures of what a covertly hostile person will sound like or look like. They have videos where they say, don't trust people who sound or look like this, you know? There's been a couple questions about race and whether do Scientologists care about race. I would say as a philosophy, no. Not really. Individual Scientologists tend to be more radical and more jaded and more conspiracy prone, which is where you get they'll kind of reach for the fruit. Like my mom thinks that like Jews are like destroying the world, or, you know, just some random bullshit. You know, my dad thinks that, you know, like there's just a lot of really weird, I've worked with staff members who are just absolutely admittedly racist, and say, well, I'm racist. What can you do about it? That's who I am. Can't change that. And I'm like, but what? No, aren't we? You know, and I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, aren't we, you know, accepting of all people? Aren't we supposed to be, like, why would you have these ideals? And he's like, well, I was raised that way, so that's just who I am. And I'm like, you know, it's not until recently that, you know, I realized some people are just too comfortable, with their own sort of psychosis or their mental conditioning, that it's terrifying to consider that you've been wrong for so long, about something like that. We used to J&D all the time on post. Fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? I used to make I was on the Leia Remini podcast with my friend Dylan, and when Dylan and I trained together, oh my God, we were constantly goofing and memeing on each other. It was so fucking. Well, we just thought we'd make light. It was like a really aggressive and a hard scenario to train for 14 hours a day for 11 months. So with like no breaks. So yeah, we made light of it, and that was a no-no. So we did it secretly. And then when, the ethics officers would hear us, they'd be like, "Ian, stop being weird." I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, okay." And I'd turn around and be like,
"Oh, Ian, you better get your ethics in, big guy."
I made, when I was an auditor, and I'm thinking about doing a video on what it's like to be an auditor. Feel like I really want someone to leak those training films. Oh God, if someone could get me those training films, I will kiss you on the mouth. Because those training films the auditor training films are golden. And that would piece together sort of a huge part that I'm missing from this video about how to be an auditor that I'm working on. But those films are crazy because they're way overproduced, and they give you a very broad insight and a specific insight on the repetitive conditioning of, look at this, do this, look at this, do this, or look at this person, don't like this person. God. Anyway, but when I was an auditor, I forgot what I was going to say. I think I said the gist of what I wanted to say, but we made jokes. Oh, when I was an auditor, I made auditor memes that wouldn't make sense to anyone who isn't a trained auditor or who doesn't know anything about that. I still have them. It's so fucking funny. They were dumb, but like it was like the little things, the little things you could get out there. I do a meme review of all the Scientology memes that I made. Once I saw Seorg saying that, and also that the Beatles had grown their hair and used colorful clothes thanks to the use of LSD. I wouldn't doubt it. They really don't like LSD. I think mainly because L. Ron Hubbard was a massive paranoid conspiracy theorist, and LSD also has a habit of making you sort of open to broader ideas, and you need to be very tightly constricted and focused as a Scientologist. You're not a really good cult member if you're on LSD. I've never done LSD because that just sounds exhausting. Could you imagine like 16 hours of tripping? Jesus. I could barely handle fucking when like the concert music is too loud. I get like a little anxious. I could not even imagine tripping for like 16 hours. I want to Is who? The guy I trained with, a Scientologist? No, he left. We were on the Leia Remini thing together. He wouldn't last after that. Boda says show the memes. Same with shrooms. Shrooms doesn't last that long though. Shrooms only lasts like 4 to 6 hours, I think, depending on how much you take. Think of Laura. I found one. I need to get them. I'm gonna collect them all. Let me see if I can collect them all together. Some of them are very personal. To like regarding to my personal situation, so they wouldn't really make a lot of sense. But I'll pick the ones that do make sense. Flash them up on screen. Oh my god. Okay, so are they funny because I made them, so they're funny to me because I thought they'd be funny, or are they actually funny? I have no idea. Exclusive Scientology memes made by a Scientologist, Class 5 auditor. Where do I? Yeah. To email them to myself. Oh. Okay, none of you are gonna get these though. This is gonna go so poorly. Save. All right, guys. Yeah, some of them aren't that bad. We used to send them back and forth to each other. We had this. We used to use like the meme maker app on our phones, and we would just send them to each other. It's so fucking funny. All right, here's one. Me encouraging my PC to talk about how much they hate someone. Missed with you. You tell me. You tell me. Oh, here I didn't. It sort of falls on the heels of the MWH is missed withhold. So the missed withhold is like an overt that I'm not really don't want to explain memes to y'all. That's poor etiquette, my dog. You don't explain the meme. You either get it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? But like this is peak. This is peak auditing meme right here. If you were ever an auditor, this is the funniest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. So the myth. Oh my god. Okay, let's see another one. It's a very similar, very similar. So the withhold is like an overt you don't want to talk about. So you have to, as an auditor, like get them to tell you or get them to say something that they did wrong, right? So if they're critical, me as the auditor, I'm gonna be more interested. Like they want to be like, oh, I hate this person. They just want to talk and they want to rant and they want to riff on like why they don't like someone. But as an auditor, you're supposed to look at behind that. You're supposed to look, oh, they're being critical. What are they hiding? Like what crimes did they commit, right? Or what did they do wrong? So these are sort of in that vein. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I know you don't want to see him. There's a bit of a jump scare there. This one's a bit more relatable. That's 90% of what you do as an auditor is dig for dirt, by the way, is overt. One of the drills on level 2, which is the auditing course, the auditor course you do, to learn how to do the missed withhold pulling and the overt digging and all that, is you have to make up a variation of or original. You have to make up 50 from the top of your dome. Missed withhold checking questions that you check off the e-meter to ask. So you have to say, you know, in this session, has there been something you've been hiding on the question in this session? Is there something you've been hiding? Is anything been suppressed on the question in this session? You know, is there something you've been hiding? Is there anything you've been careful of in this session? Have you told a lie in this session? Are you hiding something in this session? Was there a crime I nearly found out about in this session? You know, you do that 50 times. And it's pretty crazy. So this one, this I think will hit different for any ex-Scientologist, really. This one, I'm proud of this one. So, any Scientologists in the chat, ex-Scientologists in the chat, ex-Scientologists who are watching this one's for you. I hear you. I feel you. I understand you. I got that R with you. You know what I'm saying? So they give you these programs when you do something bad, called an ethics program, which is like a list of references you have to read, and you do like the condition formulas, and sometimes you do clay demos. You have to intricately make in clay the entire concept of a reference that you've been made to read from LRH. Usually it's a reference about responsibility or ethics and responsibility. But this is basically a ComEv is a committee of evidence, which is like it's a justice action that they do on you, and then this just means that they add that somebody's interrogating you. That you're sitting with holding the cans. You're getting asked, "What did you do?" And they can add questions if they feel like they're not getting everything, or if they haven't seen what they want to see. There's a technical reason why they would do it in the lore of Scientology, but this is like, you think you're done. You're not. You're never done. You're never done unless you've bled on that program. God, I gotta clip that. Send it to Aaron. I think he'd think that was pretty funny. So those are those. I have a few other memes, but it's really not. They're kind of specific, so I don't think you'd get them. Makes me wish I was a former Scientologist. Sure. I can understand why you would say that. I couldn't have hated clay table demos more. And at Flag, the big building in Clearwater, at Flag, the ethics clay, the little ethics area that they have in the new building, they don't even keep fresh clay there. So the clay is like hard and dry, and you have to pull it with your thumbs, and you gotta roll it out, and your hands are like red and calloused, and you're exhausted. I would make dozens of these clay demos. You gotta label every single solitary one. And then it's rough. Sometimes you get the soft clay. I mean, you can get Scientologists talking about the quality of clay for much longer than I think any normal person, unless you're like a chemical engineer at like a clay making company at like Play-Doh, you shouldn't be talking about clay that much. Did your dad demand you eat keto? See, we're back to this keto thing. No, but he would bully me for any health problem I had. if I wasn't following his program. Oh, well, I mean, even when his program wasn't keto, he didn't invent keto, by the way. He just got on it because it was like a fad. And he was like, oh, people like this. Oh, I like this. Oh, this will make me money. So like even before I was a heavier kid. I was a chunky boy. So like when I was a kid, so he would tell me that I'm, the reason that I'm like large and husky and ugly is, oh, well, if you just did this, well, then if you just did this. And I was like a child with incredible anxiety because I was also getting bullied at school for being fat and for being, for not being whatever I guess they wanted me to be there. The first thing a kid told me when I went to Clearwater Academy, which is Applied Scholastics, it's a Scientology school in Clearwater. First thing I was told by a kid there, I was sitting on the side of the far corner of the soccer field, out of the way of pretty much everybody, and one of the kids kicked the soccer ball over to me, and I just like rolled it back to him, and he said, "Get off the field, you fat tub of lard." And I remember the name of the kid who said that, and I remember, well, I mean, the reason I don't really care about him today is because he's still in a cult, so fuck that guy. But it just kind of shows you how little, like, nobody gives a shit at that school. There was no oversight. I mean, that happens at every school, I'm sure, but it didn't really matter. White Raven, do you have siblings? Keep up. I do. What do Scientologists' parents do with kids that are born with disabilities? Do they put them up for adoption or do they go to special school? Any neurodivergent kids or his name is I think Jason Friedman. I think it was Jason Friedman or his brother. They both picked on me, but he's doing his own thing now. If you have a child in Scientology, Scientologists think about children like they are adults in small bodies, right? So the concept that you have like you have a child is just a being who picked up a broken body. So instead of getting them actual help that they need, like if they're about to die, or if they have like a life-threatening disability, then yeah, you take them to the doctor, you do the bare minimum, and then you basically, Scientology will set that kid up for a lifetime of paid auditing or assist. You're going to have to pay essentially to fix that being because he committed such a grave, awful crime or sin in his past life that he deserves this broken body. It's like a very disgusting and grotesque thing. Yeah. We're going to watch this next video. I think I'm going to skip this last Cardone video because I think we get Cardone's a piece of shit. And I'm going to insert this ad right here while I go to the bathroom. So hell yeah. Be right back. 20 people clicked off when I went to the bathroom. That's hilarious. I don't know what inserting an ad did. Did it play an ad? All right. Who wants to watch my parents talk about their very creepy relationship story? People in the comments of this video do not like my mom. I don't care. I don't care about the ads, honestly. Y'all watching is enough for me. Okay. So let's watch this. All the comments of this video are like, Karen interrupted him. It's so hard to watch. Ugh. I hate it when the folks allow each other to talk without interruption. She kept interrupting him. She's one lucky girl. It's like, this is creepy. Your dad does good videos. He doesn't do his videos. He hires people to make him look good. Man's a dummy.
Your phone is on.
Hey guys.
Are we live?
We're live.
We're live, okay.
So I want to tell you a little story of how we met. It's a little interesting.
First of all, I just want to say I can't believe we're revisiting this again. Some of you said you wanted to hear this, but for some reason...
We had, I keep getting comments like, how did you guys meet? So we're finally going to just tell them. Okay, so here I was.
You'll hear the truth.
It's very bizarre for us to be doing this, but I'm comfortable enough with, you know, what's going on to watch this.
Truth on this side.
Which is my version.
Which is over here.
So here I was in San Diego. I was just starting out as a chiropractor. And so I didn't really know what I was doing. So I went to the swap meet, okay? Swap meet is like a place where they sell different, you know, junk food and things, junk material and other stuff too, some cool stuff. And so here I am, I'm at the swap meet, I have this little booth and I'm checking people, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm in my car, my Nissan Sentra eating a banana at the time. And then I see this girl come by and it was Karen with her boyfriend.
Thank you.
So I checked
my
her.
Ex-boyfriend, actually.
Oh, okay, you're with your ex-boyfriend.
I actually went to the swap meet to find a chiropractor because I had some back trouble, and my roommate said that sometimes there were chiropractors doing screenings at the swap meet.
Yeah, I was like the screening king. So anyway, checked her. I think she was the only person who came in at the time. That was the beginning of my practice. I had no patients. She was like one of my first patients, okay?
Okay. You see where this is going, right? You read ahead a little bit. Good morning from Western Australia. I love Outback Steakhouse. No, this so that you can see where this is going. A lot of people are already kind of sensing her like kind of personality. Looking for a chiropractor at the swap meet, as you do. So she's there with her ex. You know, they're obviously still like together or whatever, socially. These people are married now. Okay, he has barely had any clients before.
She comes in.
And yes, it is against the law to hit on and date your patients, but
this was the 90s. This was early 90s.
Words stolen from my lips. The horse's mouth. The horse's. So you see how she just breezed by. She just got right ahead of that, right there. That's kind of the biggest problem I have with this story. But she gets there. She gets there before I even had a chance.
That's why.
In all fairness, my insurance had been used up, and we were no longer. I don't know how to make this right, but.
Because it's
I
not.
don't know where you're going with that.
It was legal.
But anyway, so I didn't have any patients today, so I pretty much gave her a consultation that lasted all day. It was an all day. It must have been
Wow.
hours of, oh, let me do some x-rays here, x-rays there. So anyway, things.
You put me in a hospital gown. I never knew a chiropractor to do that.
Well, that's what you do when you take x-rays.
Okay.
Yeah. So so anyway, she started.
He's. It's been a long time since I've watched this. He's first of all, they've already passed the whole legal thing, but he's also admitting now to fluffing her insurance. So he's like, integrated medicine clinics will do this thing where they'll give you a fuckload of stuff just so that they can say that they can charge you and give you a larger bill essentially. But oh my God, you don't have to be in a hospital gown to take X-ray. He was an X-ray tech in the Army. He didn't see any action, but he was an X-ray tech in the Army. He should know that. So he was trying to get her clothes off, spend all day with her. Very predatory behavior here, bud. I'm not gonna. This is not a long video, but it's just giving. It's giving so much right now. You know.
Started coming in. She started getting improvement, and I was interested in her. So I decided to ask her out. And the first opportunity that happened was she comes in. She tells me that she broke up with her boyfriend. So in my mind, I'm like, she's probably hinting that she's single now and asking me out. That's what's going on in my mind. Any guy would say.
Broken man brain. Predatory, underdeveloped, juvenile man brain here. And this is probably relatable. This is probably like, oh, when I was 13 or 16, I would have thought the same thing. This was a grown man.
Say that, right?
No.
But so basically.
And he's being like facetious, like it's so funny that he was this dumb, but he still did it and he's admitting to it. This is gross. He should have lost his license that day.
I ask her out and she says, I get rejected, okay? I get rejected.
Okay.
She says no.
I said, would you like to go to lunch? And then she says, well, no, you'll probably bill me.
Okay, so
that's the first rejection. How many rejections do you think are going to happen?
So this is the truth. How it really went down is that when I say just broke up, I mean like in the parking lot, there was, an emotional moment, and I came in for my doctor's appointment, and I was still a little leaky, okay? And he was in the middle of providing a treatment on my spine, noticing I was a little leaky, and said, what's going on? And I said that I had just had this breakup, and obviously all my attention is still on this other person. And he says, well, if you need to talk about it, I am about to break, and I'd be happy to listen, or something like that.
To break the law.
In my mind, I'm like, I'm already paying out of my pocket for these visits. I don't want to download my garbage to my doctor. But in his mind, he's asking me on a date. So question number one to you guys, do you think that that's really asking me out on a date?
She's making it so much worse. And they're having this like cute little moment. He is saying, I broke the law. And she's like, he broke the laws of social decency on top of the laws of the state of California or wherever they were at the time.
I could listen more to your problems. So you have to give some feedback on that.
Go ahead and give us feedback if you think I was really asking out, or the interpretation that it wasn't really an ask out or ask.
It wasn't an interpretation.
So I have another question. You just brought something up that's interesting.
Okay.
So I thought at the screening you were already broken up. So now you're saying
we did a little back and forth, back and forth.
Okay.
So this happens.
Right.
So we weren't dating.
And you were dating.
And then, he knocked on the door again, and then that didn't work out.
I think this is going to really depend on if there's guys watching or girls, because if someone comes in and they're saying, oh, I broke up.
No, guys, come on. Guys,
Well, let's see what they're saying.
Okay, I don't know how to. Not a date. Someone says in his mind.
In my delusional mind.
Ray's like, we don't communicate well. Actually, we're awesome.
On his channel, by the way.
At communicating, we're talking about a really funny time. So, okay, Dr. Berg, was a savage.
Insane.
It was a subtle
He
hint.
seized the moment. Okay, I think these are... Cat, you're letting me down. Joe, I got your back. Oh, Doc, from James, that was not a date.
Although, to Karen's credit, now you know where my nice hair comes from. Just saying. You're wondering, gosh, she's such incredible hair. That is a genetic thing. I'll give her that. Although she's had to dye her roots for the past, 17 years. Because Scientology stress kind of hits you real rough and you start graying very early. You get it. You understand.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Not a date. Heck yes.
See, it's kind of a mixed bag, isn't it?
It's a mixed bag.
All right, so here's what happened next. So rejection number 1, okay, but I was persistent.
Mm-hmm.
So now number 2, rejection number 2, right?
This
so,
is my favorite.
So I'm actually doing what's called a genie rub, which is a massage tool on her back, okay?
Huge
and then what happens is that I ask her out on a date where I said, would you like to do some yoga? I thought I was doing yoga at the time. I thought it was a great place to meet on a date. Let's do yoga, right? And rejection number 2. Okay. She declined.
Okay, so this is what really happened. It is true. I came in again for my visit. I'm on my stomach, and he's doing this big genie rub massage tool on my back. Hair getting caught in the motor.
I fixed that. I undid the knot.
And he says to me, he's my chiropractor, right? He says to me, have you ever considered yoga? And I haven't ever considered yoga, I said, no.
So that was a rejection right there.
Okay.
I had to go out this kind of indirect.
The survey says.
What do you guys think? Was that actually me asking her out or not?
Timothy MC, I was persistent equals I am predatory. Absolutely.
Oh no, this is the last one.
And it gets the way they tell it in private is a lot more I don't know how far he goes with the story, but he goes in he preys on this woman. But it's all haha, happy go lucky for the cameras. In private, he'll tell this story she wanted nothing to do with him at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can see that here, but watching this again is very bizarre. Oh, I'm frozen again. Hold on, I'll fix that.
Mars and Venus, someone says. That was not asking her out.
That was,
that was the first one. That was first one. Hi, Manuel. He's watching. Gosh, what is anyone? Oh, not. Man, I gotta go to medical school. Not. Poor attempt, Doc. That was not asking her out.
I didn't want to come out right directly. So it was sort of.
Are you an Aquarius? I am an Aquarius. Or I was Aquarius until they changed the moons and the planet things. And now I'm focus. Okay.
Focus.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Berg. I have to side with Karen. No.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. I got that. Let me go to strike 3. Okay. 2 rejections. So I decided that I was going to give her one more opportunity to go out with me. So I was going to ask her. I was going to ask her out. So, because 3 strikes, she's going to be out. The relationship is going to be done. So, the third time, check this out.
It hasn't even begun.
The third time, I get on the phone, and I call her, and I ask her out on a date to go to a blues band. This is in San Diego, Pacific Beach, I think it was. It's a great blues band right down the street. Would you like to go to a blues band? And if you don't say that's asking her out, I don't know what is, but I got totally rejected. She says, I'm not interested. So that was it.
Okay, so there is truth. This is the first time there's actually truth in what he says, right? Because he did call me, and he did ask me to a blues band. I am going to give you the other data that he knows very well occurred.
The omission?
The omission, which was, he called me at home, at about 11 o'clock at night.
It was 10,
It
30.
was, no, it was close to 11.
What time do you go to a blues band? Do you go at 9 o'clock? You go later.
This is the first time he called me. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. In the middle of the week, I was in my pajamas already, and actually I was working on paperwork. I had to be at work 5:30 in the morning the next morning.
Do you know how many hours it took me to get up the nerve to call you? I was waiting all day.
I know. I'm
watching the same video.
You appreciate that.
I get that.
Yeah.
But it was 11 o'clock at night. I was in my pajamas, so it would take me a good 20 minutes to get ready. He lived a good 20 minutes away. Pacific Beach was like 20 minutes away. So we're talking about almost an hour till I get there, and then the band, and then get home and get to bed. So this was primarily the reason I was going to have to pack.
You gonna see a narcissist? They're both narcissists. She I think is a little bit more terminal narcissist. He is more cluelessly ambitious narcissism. You know, she's more solid in her narcissism, and he's more, well, I think I'm smart, so I deserve it. You know, kind of like he gets his narcissism from the validation. You know, she gets her narcissism from her internal monologue.
Pass on this, but
11 p.m. I would be saying goodnight. Like, who does it? Like, first of all, after all those like rejections, he's still like, that's not a no to me. I'll wear her down. Grant Cardone actually has a very similar story where I think he like fucking berated this woman, his now wife, for like months and texted her constantly, just wore her down. I think a similar thing happened here, but she just didn't like, she was like confused, I guess, and she didn't want to, you know, be a dick. And I guess she had dated like drug dealers at a drug dealer at one point. She's had a very ambiguous dating history. So I think like this like relatively non-threatening guy who's just being a dude by, you know, harassment, because like, you know, harassment has kind of had bizarre overtones over the years. This is sort of see how they're laughing about it. Oh, that was back in the 90s when like you could be a little bit more misogynistic and it wasn't like the end of the world. So I think she's just kind of like settling, but she definitely wore him down.
What sealed the deal on the no is that his roommates at the time, now he lived in an apartment on the beach with some other guys. As he's asking me out, in the background, I hear, "Go for it, Eric!"
I couldn't help it. They're super dudes, and that's how they communicate.
So anyway, I will say that contributed to my certainty on the no, but most of it was the fact that you did ask me out. So you can get yeses. What are they saying? Too late, Doc. See, right? 11 o'clock in the middle of the week. That's kind of
Dr.
late
Berg,
notice.
you don't call someone at the last minute for a first date. Definitely not.
Right?
Okay.
These guys
All right.
get
Okay.
me. These
All right.
guys
So
get
the
me.
timing wasn't the best. Okay.
So you want to know how to ask someone out on a date? In the middle of the day, I call him.
Touchy because, you know, asking your patient, it's kind of like, so I had to do it a little indirectly.
Illegal.
So if you like freaked out, I would say,
By the way,
what? I didn't ask you.
I gotta
I
save
was just
this
wondering
video
if you like to
before
do
you
yoga.
Oh my gosh, the truth comes out.
Yeah, just kidding.
It's
So
a CYA.
So basically, we got 3 strikes.
0
That's
strikes.
it. And now I'm
One.
like, it's kind of like in high school. You know, you like someone, the more you like them, the more they don't like you. And then the minute
No,
that
I
you
liked
decide that you don't like them, now they're interested.
No, I always liked him.
But after our relationship, 3 strikes, I'm pretty much deciding it's over, okay? And during this period of time, I was trying to build the rapport, because I used to do little mini seminars in my office, and then I asked her to help out, which didn't really have it. I used to pass out champagne and cookies.
all right, guys. Grab the video. So even if he takes it down after this, I'll re-upload it.
Because I had a fear of public speaking. So I figured if they drank champagne, they would feel more relaxed and they'd laugh at my jokes.
Can't believe we're talking about all of this.
So anyway, we're at the point of 3 strikes. She's out. I'm done with the relationship. And then it was Christmas time, and she was going home, but she gave me a Christmas present. She made these unbelievable chocolates,
And
which
cookies.
I'm looking just going, oh my gosh, she made these for me
I made them
exclusively?
for everybody.
See, I didn't know that. I thought, oh my gosh, she does like me, right?
I
So
did
she
like
gives me
you.
these chocolates, and then she walks out and she gives me the look, the back look. And
The
she's
back
coming
look.
around, she's walking out, and then she looks back. Boom, I knew right there, there's something there. I think she does like me.
I did like you. Our producers.
So I'm
Thumbs
like,
up.
okay, so
That's the same producer he has today, by the way. That guy's he's gross. That guy. The guy you hear the radio voice on his lives, that guy's a gross dude. I never got good vibes off of him.
so I go back to Wisconsin.
Now that would have been the time to ask me out.
Well, you already had your 3 chances. So that
Wow. I
So
didn't know you-
so I'm gonna like go, and if she's interested, she can ask me. If she's
You
not interested,
never thought
so
that.
I'm like, what?
Anyway, I did. I called him up, asked him to my business holiday party. He came, and
So
was the end of
basically, well, was there any type of lag time of me responding?
no, as a matter of fact, I was saying, oh, Dr. Berg, it's Karen. I know you're relatively new in town. I'm new in town, and my company's having this, and I just thought, you're a chiropractor. These guys are physical therapists, occupational therapists, because that was my profession, occupational therapy. Maybe, there'd be some interest and reality, and,
I'm like, okay.
He's like, okay. I'm like, well, no, let me tell you what it is. He's like, no, okay, I'll go. I'm like,
Yeah, so one last little part of this. The night that we were supposed to go, I was doing another screening, right?
we're not going to tell this
Yeah.
whole thing.
No, just this last little part.
Okay.
Here I am doing this little screening, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's late. I got to run. So I get in my car, I get to my apartment, and guess what? I locked my keys in the apartment. I forgot the keys. It is dead bolted. Okay?
Whoops.
So there is a
No show to the first date.
There's a pine tree, okay, next to my second story apartment it was slightly open. I
The window.
scaled, yeah, the window. I scaled that pine tree, Karen, for you. I scaled it all the way up, got in there, got my keys, and of course, arrived at the door.
This explains why when he
On
came,
time.
he was on time and looking amazing. But it did explain why your sleeves were rolled up and you had big globs of sap in your arm
I couldn't
hair.
get it off. You weren't supposed to see that.
Okay.
So anyway,
Anyway, you
that's
know what?
the story. The rest is
you
history.
could call it fate, but we both worked kind of hard at that one.
Yeah.
But it worked out,
Yeah.
right?
All right, guys. Yeah.
So that answers the question.
That's-
If you were
Okay. Y'all see what I'm talking about? Roxy says she likes his money now. She enjoys his money. They were actually gonna get divorced at a certain point. They really did not like each other because my dad cared more about his job than he did about his family, and my mom cared more about Scientology than she cared about her family. So there was this kind of like back and forth until she wore him down. She started surrounding him with, I think she described it as more successful Scientologists than him. So I think eventually they just kind of decided that it was comfortable and it was easy. And then once he started making more money, well, then she had a bunch of money, because she doesn't do anything for work. She doesn't she says that she promotes, she like runs a publishing company. She doesn't. They opened their own small scale publishing company, which outsources the publishing. So she doesn't have like a factory or anything. She did that to save money on publishing his book. But yeah, what they didn't talk about is how he literally begged her to marry him and asked her several times, and they talk about that a lot. And maybe when they, if in the off, weird chance that they ever did leave, I don't even think they'd make a video about that. This is hard enough to watch. Very creepy. You know, very kind of predatory, illegal. You know, just in between like the nuances of where they're like, oh, but they were just stumbling and in love. It's like, no, they are. This is creepy. This is bad.
Cholesterol levels. They're
He climbed up his own tree. He climbed up the tree to his house. He locked himself out of his apartment, and then he had to climb up his tree. I'm sorry, Ian, this must hurt a lot. It doesn't really hurt that bad. It's more embarrassing for them. I didn't do any of that. I don't prey on women. Yeah, it's creepy. Let's say I've learned from his mistakes. But yeah, very bizarre, very weird. How old were you when they were doing this dialogue? They filmed this during a live stream like 6 or 7 years ago, I think. But this was posted 5 years ago as an individual video. Which do you think is most likely to leave Scientology first? I think the doc. I honestly think he has so much to lose by associating himself with Scientology. Like, Scientology has a couple $1 million a year to lose from losing him. So they really want to keep him because, you know, they're shrinking so incredibly, and there's so many like lawsuits coming out against Scientology and Scientologists, and so many scams, and you know, they're really siphoning money for the war chest for David Miscavige's legal fees. So I think he has more to lose than they do. But he has everything to gain from leaving. I mean, I can't even like seeing I think my mom is a little bit too into the community. She's kind of like, I've done so much, to give it up now would kind of like ruin my sense of self unrepairably. If I know my mom, that's probably she's her pride is like her suit of armor. You know, it's her sword that is in the stone that she made. So I think that's also why people baby my dad a little bit. They're like, oh, my precious guru will one day leave and he'll be free. And it's like, you need a hobby, pal, because yeah, how'd he lock the deadbolt without the keys? I was thinking that when he said it was deadbolt. I was thinking that. How did he do that? How does dumbass do that? He probably had a key. He probably just dropped the fucking keys. Was nobody there? Did he have roommates? Were they not there? Very weird. But yeah, they see him as like their like health guru savior that like they now want to rescue, which is fine, but he doesn't give a shit about you. He makes these videos with a smile on his face for money. The reason he does YouTube is because it's the fastest way to convert people to customers. All of his recommendations direct back to his shop, where he will sell you his supplements that he says is the only way to follow his plan. You know, it's like it's repetitive. He you know, regardless of whether he practices what he preaches, his memory is so bad, he will forget that he'll start researching a topic that he finds interesting for the first time and realize he's already made like 10 videos about it. You scroll down on his videos on his channel. He just reuses videos. He remakes videos, and then his social media team, which is also Scientologist, full Scientologist marketing team, they'll just clip stuff from like 10 years ago, or like, I wouldn't say it's 10 years, maybe 10 years ago. It's been a very long time, but like 5 or 6 years ago, and just put that on his Instagram. Like, he's still making, you know, these videos. It's psychotic. I mean, it's lazy. Boda asks, is he still buying subscribers? He is. I think he's also buying views now too. Although it doesn't really matter because his viewer count and his interactions nowhere remotely matches his subscriber count. Because he doesn't know how YouTube subscribers work. So he buys them thinking that it'll like equate to like a financial increase, but it's just a clout. It's just like a clout thing. Whether he cares or not, what matters more to him is that he makes a living off of it. He will not, like, his free information isn't actually free. It's free maybe for you. You're still spending time watching the ads and you're still buying his products, so it's not really free. But you know, if Jesus Muller.
Dr. Berg is pretty accurate with his diet info, buddy. Irrespective of the Scientology stuff.
Yeah, says you. You want to believe that he's your guru. You love him because you lost, what, 10 pounds? You stopped eating sugar because he told you to. And therefore, him donating to a human trafficking cult is okay? Shall we move on to the next video where he's fact-checked? Let's do that. Let's do that. That's a medical doctor reviews Dr. Berg's information. This is Nutrition Made Simple. Shout out to this guy.
So we got a ton of requests from a lot of you guys to comment on this video. Dr. Eric Berg goes over his wife's blood work. I don't know why, out of all the internet content and videos, this one in particular was deemed confusing or intriguing by so many people. I guess we'll find out. Quick note before we start, and if you're a regular viewer of the channel, you probably already know this, we're going to focus only on the substance. No ad hominems. I didn't Google him. I don't know anything about him. I didn't go watch a bunch of his other videos for context. Nothing. Because it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is whether the claims match the evidence. All right? Let's go.
This was in 2018, the new guidelines by the American Heart Association, okay? This is brand new. They said total cholesterol is not significantly associated with heart disease, okay? That's the new finding. They just found out. Looking at your total cholesterol doesn't really give you a lot of information in relationship to predicting heart disease.
I don't know what he's talking about. Total cholesterol is not the best marker. It's a dirty marker, but it definitely associates with cardiovascular disease, with heart disease. I don't remember any American Heart Association guidelines saying that it just
This guy isn't a nutritionist, by the way. This is like a doctor.
Doesn't associate.
I don't know if he's a nutritionist, actually. But I've seen many people debunk my dad for the same shit, and it's mostly his arrogance on the understanding of cholesterol. Also, my dad, Dr. Berg, reads medical journals from like the 1950s. He doesn't keep up to date on like new science unless it's confirming his information.
Here's the 2018 American Heart Association guidelines. Like he said, population studies suggest optimal total cholesterol levels are about 150. Populations with cholesterol in this range manifest low rates of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Nobody's saying it's the best marker, but this is the opposite of what he's saying. I've read these guidelines. There's nothing in there about total cholesterol not associating, period. Maybe he saw something else and misunderstood it. Is there anything in the description that he links as a reference? Okay, 2 links to journals. That's good. American Heart Association journal. That's probably it. Let's click here. All right. Sweet. Wait, this is scientific advisory for dietary cholesterol. No way. No way. Don't tell me this guy's confused. Wow. Wow. Yep. Here's the passage he's referring to. Oh my God. Generally, no significant association with cardiovascular disease risk. But this document is the scientific This is the science advisory on dietary cholesterol. I think most people understand the difference, but just in case, dietary cholesterol is the cholesterol content of your food. If you eat eggs or some butter, there's going to be some cholesterol in there. Serum cholesterol is the level of cholesterol in your blood. When you go to the doctor, when you get some blood work, that's your serum cholesterol levels. They're two different things. You could have high blood cholesterol levels and not eat any cholesterol. It's possible. It's like saying there's potassium in foods, and then there's my blood potassium levels that I see in my blood work with the reference ranges. They're two very different things. He's talking about serum cholesterol. Total cholesterol refers to the total amount of cholesterol in your blood, in your serum. He has the levels right there on the board, right? Levels of serum cholesterol. And the video is called Dr. Berg's Wife Has Crazy High Cholesterol. That's referring to her serum cholesterol levels. So he's talking about blood cholesterol levels, but the thing he just mentioned with the American Heart Association and the document he linked is on dietary cholesterol. It says right there, and in the title. It's the first word of the title of the paper he linked. Okay, so I just went over the document to make sure I didn't miss anything, because it's honestly a bit hard to believe, but yeah, he just confused the two. He probably heard something vague about cholesterol and he conflated it with serum cholesterol. Either he's not super clear on the difference or he didn't pay attention to this reference that he linked. So total cholesterol, serum cholesterol, all right, it does associate with cardiovascular disease risk.
He has MUs.
But there are better markers. LDL cholesterol is
probably
better.
does.
Non-HDL cholesterol
He didn't
is
go
even
to
better.
medical school.
That's non-HDL cholesterol, not
He's a
HDL
chiropractor.
cholesterol. All right.
Who doesn't even do chiropractic?
And many other things associate, but the best marker, causal marker, is ApoB. And we've made entire videos about it, and I'll link it at the end. Now, dietary cholesterol associates with cardiovascular disease risk in some studies, but not others, because it depends on a number of factors. But that's not even what he's referring to. The whole thing's a misunderstanding. So I guess let's just move on. I don't know what to expect now. Honestly, this is a stunning start. I'm a little speechless.
Her total cholesterol was 261. Normal is below 200. So this is too high, right?
Yeah, see, he's talking about serum cholesterol all the way. The whole dietary cholesterol was a complete sidetrack. I still can't believe it. Nobody checked this video before he went out. Nobody checked the reference.
This total cholesterol is not the cholesterol that's floating through your arteries. It can't. It doesn't mix well with blood. It has to be packaged in a protein.
Okay, this is all good stuff. Lipids travel in lipoproteins because they're hydrophobic, right? In an aqueous medium like plasma, they would clump up. So they need that protein shell to be transported. And it's very important, it's very good to shift the conversation about cardiovascular disease to lipoproteins. Why? Because the public discourse around heart disease always focuses on lipids, cholesterol and good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. But at the end of the day, it's high lipoproteins that raise cardiovascular risk. So lipoproteins are the vehicle and cholesterol is the passenger traveling inside that vehicle. And it's the number of vehicles on the road that causes traffic jams. And we said a minute ago that ApoB is the best metric. This is exactly why. ApoB is a direct measurement of the number of vehicles. Everything else, the lipids, the total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, those are measurements of the passengers. So they can give you a rough indirect guesstimate of the number of vehicles, but they're not as good. ApoB measures directly the number of vehicles, and that's why it's the best causal marker of risk. Make sense? All right, moving on. This is looking up. This is getting better. Let's go.
All right, we have her name, we have the date, and we have the total cholesterol, which is 261, right? Check that out right there. And the second one that's high, LDL-C, that stands for LDL cholesterol, it's 195, okay? If we take a look on the second page, right here, look at this. The LDL is 2,128, right? But let's narrow in on this one type of LDL, SD-LDL-C. That's the small, dense, low-density lipoprotein. This is the one that's dangerous, and it's actually 26 within the normal range. It's optimal. So guess what this means? It means that Karen's high level of LDL is not the small, dense type. It is the large, buoyant type. And it's the small, dense type that creates the damage.
Yeah, I was hoping he wouldn't fall for this one. I hear this a lot. small dense LDL is harmful, but large LDL is fine, it's benign. So my sky-high cholesterol is totally fine as long as my particles are large. Very common idea on social media. So it is true that if we look at two populations with the same level of LDL cholesterol, the one with the smaller particles will tend to have higher risk. But, and you may already be picking up on the problem here, and if not, let me give you an analogy before I give away the answer. Imagine two roads, same size, same everything, and same number of people traveling in vehicles on each road. But road A has more traffic jams, so we want to figure out why. So we run this study and we find smaller vehicles run on road A, more compact cars, whereas road B has more vans and buses. So now someone pops up and says, aha, so smaller vehicles cause traffic jams. What's wrong with that logic? There's one key parameter we're leaving out. Pause the video if you want to think through it. It's the number of vehicles, right? If we have the same number of passengers traveling in smaller vehicles, we probably have more vehicles on the road. So we have two variables, the size of the vehicles and the number of the vehicles. It's precisely the same thing with heart disease. For the same level of cholesterol, people who have smaller vehicles, smaller lipoproteins, tend to have more of them to carry that same amount of cholesterol, right? So we have two potential suspects present at the crime scene at the same time.
A lot of science talk. I'm thinking about putting Subway Surfers up on the side. What y'all think about that? Y'all want with that? Everybody paying attention? Let's put some Subway Surfers or some power washing videos. Can I do that? See what do we got, or the kinetic sand. Here, we'll do kinetic. We'll do kinetic sand because y'all like that.
So who done it? Who's the murderer? Particle size could be the cause of risk, like he's concluding, or it could be an innocent bystander. These authors explain exactly this conundrum. At a given level of LDL cholesterol, individuals with predominantly small LDL particles, that's called pattern B, have higher risk. So people with smaller particles have higher risk. The seemingly reasonable conclusion would be that size matters and that clinical assessment would benefit from measuring both LDL quantity and particle size. That's precisely the logic we just heard Dr. Berg laying out. However, there is a flaw in this reasoning. At the same level of LDL cholesterol, the pattern B individuals, that's the ones with smaller particles, also have more particles. Is the risk attributable to the fact that they have more particles or to the smaller size? So how do we solve this mystery? Well, one thing we can do is run some statistical analysis to find out which of the two parameters tracks best with risk. Which one is the best predictor? Particle size or particle number? This is like running a large population study and finding that people who own ashtrays are more likely to have lung cancer.
Ain't it?
But of course, smokers are also more likely to have lung cancer. So we can do a statistical test to see which of the two parameters tracks best with risk. And we'll probably find it's smoking. Ashtray ownership will generally correlate with lung cancer, but not as tightly, not as closely, not as accurately, because some people might own ashtrays but not be smokers, and it's for the visitors or whatever. And some smokers might not have any ashtrays at the house, or they might smoke outside. So smoking will track much closer with risk. We'll find that it's a better predictor, and we'll probably conclude that ashtray ownership is likely a correlate, something that correlates, but probably not causal, probably an innocent bystander. It's the same thing with cardiovascular disease, and this type of analysis has been done many times with LDL. So the authors explain, collectively, the results of multivariate analyses, that's what the statistical technique is called, of numerous clinical trials provide persuasive evidence that it is the number of LDL particles, not LDL size or the amount of cholesterol, that is the principal determinant of coronary heart disease risk. So it's not about the size of your particle, it's how you use it. These scientists...
Okay, so one thing I'll mention here is very important, is that this guy, despite whether you agree with him or not, he's using recorded science as an evolving field of understanding, how these things interact with the body and how the body works. This guy is, at the very least, open to evolving his understanding on how the body works and how the science works, right? Dr. Berg is not. Much like Scientology, which has a vast history of science denial, he is only interested in what confirms things he already believes. This is confirmation bias. I've said this before. But being in a cult, your ability to think critically is remarkably hindered. You are very close-minded. Okay? This does not just stop, though, with, like, even if you don't believe all medical doctors, let's say, on every topic, that's fine. But, like, ignoring the science is something that he does quite a bit. He believes that in his own deluded reasoning that he will be, he will find the cure to cancer in what he's doing, while also believing that all autism is caused by vaccines, which is something he is a hill that he is prepared to die on. He loves that conspiracy theory. Something from a vastly disproven theory from a discredited doctor, from like an ancient paper. Like, he does not care if he's wrong. He cares about what he feels is going to validate his opinion. I'm almost losing focus. This kinetic sand is incredible. It's so clean when they pack it in like that. Anyway, he's not, and I'm not here to talk about like what is and what isn't the right diet to do or the right medicine, because literally everybody's different. So everybody needs different things. But what I'm noticing here, and what I don't notice in any Dr. Berg videos, what I've never noticed ever my father to do, is to directly correlate different opinions, especially differing opinions, to his own, because he's more interested in being right than he is in considering something different or considering something new. To him, it's an attack because he's the smartest, so he has to know it all. But in reality, this is a spectrum of comparing results and actually applying the scientific method. It's not just about who's the rightest of all science. As like thousands of people will contribute to a greater understanding over decades and decades of research on a simple understanding, and it will evolve no matter what science it is.
Also explain it really.
It's almost like there's a lack of critical thinking. Exactly. Because he can't allow himself to think critically. How could you expect him to critically consider important scientific details? He's in a cult.
Well, association of LDL size with risk typically loses significance when adjusted for particle number or concentration. Same thing, like ApoB. So ApoB measures particle number, as we said, and particle size will generally correlate with risk, but after you remove ApoB, after you remove particle number from the equation, particle size no longer predicts risk. It's just like the ashtray analogy. And they add two more lines of evidence. Statins, which have a well-established effect of lowering risk, preferentially reduce...
It's more so... Oh, this is a 26-minute video. Oof. Y'all get the point. Homie pulled out the receipts right away. Dr. B, he'll be like, I'll leave a link in the description. Well, he made a a video once on. He made a video once on EMFs because he thinks that like Wi-Fi. He has a misunderstanding of how ionizing radiation works and what ionizing radiation is, and because he's not a physicist and he doesn't understand particles. So he said, I'll leave a link to the science, to the art, to the research in the description. And in the description of the video, it was a link to like anti-EMF headphones that looked like airplane, like the ones they give you in the airplanes. There's these tiny little shitty headphones that were like super overpriced. It's crazy. But y'all see, this dude is like going in on like the differences, and he's showing this. This would be way too much work for my dad.
Large LDL. And number 2, patients with familial hypercholesterolemia,
I'll let him get to the end of his point.
which is a disease where people have very high cholesterol and very high risk of heart disease. They have mainly large LDLs, and they are at high risk, indicating that large LDLs are not benign. Here's a visual that really helps put all of this in perspective. Small dense LDLs are roughly 20 nanometer in diameter. 1 nanometer is 1,000,000 times smaller than a millimeter. Now, large LDLs are a little larger. Duh, right? A little over 20 nanometer. But then in the same family of lipoproteins, we have IDLs. So LDLs stand for low density lipoprotein, and IDLs for intermediate density lipoprotein. And IDLs also carry ApoB, this protein that identifies all of these particles that cause plaque and heart disease. And the diameter of IDLs is in the mid-20s. Then in the same family, we have VLDLs, very low density lipoproteins. But there are many sizes of VLDLs, many different models. The small ones are sometimes called VLDL remnants because they're what's left of the larger ones. VLDLs can go up to 60 nanometer, which is already 3 times larger than LDLs, and they can be even larger, over 70 nanometer. And all of these are ApoB lipoproteins. Now here's the kicker. There's a threshold. Lipoproteins that are too big can't get into the artery wall and can't contribute to plaque and heart disease. And that threshold is 70 nanometer. All ApoB lipoproteins less than 70 nanometer in diameter, including VLDL remnants and LDLs, freely flux across the endothelial barrier. That's the lining of the artery wall, where they can become retained. So the key threshold is all the way over here. The largest VLDLs are too big to get in, and they're not atherogenic. They don't cause atherosclerosis. Everything else is atherogenic. So in the grand scheme of things, LDLs are dwarfs. The difference between small and large LDLs is relatively minor. They can both get into the artery wall and contribute to plaque, as can much larger particles that carry ApoB. And this gets even more mind-blowing because all of these under 70 nanometer are thought to be equally atherogenic. Particle for particle, they all represent the same risk of heart disease. They've shown this with genetic experiments. So we all carry different genetic variants. That's why we're all a little bit different. Some are taller, some have green eyes, some have larger feet. And just like our genes can influence those traits, they can also influence our lipoproteins. So they looked at gene variants affecting LDL particles and other gene variants affecting VLDL particles. And the results suggested that all ApoB-containing lipoprotein particles, including VLDLs and their remnants, as well as LDLs, have approximately the same effect on risk of cardiovascular disease per particle. Alan Snyderman breaks it down here.
So that's I'll take that as the end of his explanation. Here, I'll do this, but then I'm gonna. Can I? Ooh, you know what I'll do? I'll keep it. I'll keep it going. Ready? No, I don't want that. I want a smaller one. Add source. You ready? We'll just do one of these. There you go. Should have been doing this so much earlier. So, but that guy did a lot of research. Dr. Berg sits in front of his computer for a long portion of the day. Less so now that he has his farm. Now he does like he has a lot more leisure time because he has like his niche. It's hard to say what he could be doing to learn more about the topics that he's already feels that he's an expert in. But if he left Scientology and went to medical school, got a doctorate, got a PhD, got a master's, proved himself in the scientific community, that would be we'd be having a completely different conversation. He has a team, right? He is his own team. He has a team of social media people. He is the source of all, like L. Ron Hubbard is the source of all information for Scientology. Dr. Berg is the sole source of information for anything that comes out of his practice or his videos. He has no one doing counter research for him. The most he'll do is he'll get people in his office to do like surveys on like video ideas, because he just runs out of video ideas because he thinks he's covered everything. What do they raise on their farm? Well, they bought the livestock that was already there, so it's very relatively low maintenance. And they have most of the work that they get done at the farm comes from like their neighbors. So they have like chickens, a couple horses, cows, like two or three cows, I think. But my mom actually spent a lot of money to have an old Western town built on the property, so that with like a cannery, with like all this extremely expensive cooking setup and a workshop, so that my dad, who hasn't lifted a power tool in 20 years, can pretend that he's fucking Tim Allen. I forget what the third one is, but they do whatever they want. They just buy whatever they want and cosplay blue collar workers. It's easy for them. Going to my podiatrist to get my cholesterol checked. Exactly. I mean, that's what it would be like. I mean, he might know, so he might have read something about cholesterol. Doesn't mean he's right about it. It might be easy for you to consume because he used little word and doctor used big word. But, oh boy. It's very weird. Somebody asked, it's weird that your parents don't value education in regards to their children when they both went to college. Well, they weren't Scientologists when they went to college, and they ended up doing very little with their degrees. My mom got a degree in occupational therapy, and she quit that very early. And my dad, he went to Palmer's College, I think it's called, for chiropractic, and he gave up on being a chiropractor. He only does the course, like he does like a yearly course. I don't know. He has to like re-up his license. He does the course. He does the absolute bare minimum that he has to do for the course to keep that doctor label, so that he sounds legitimate. If he misses that, like they say, you have to spend X amount of time on this course per day. He'll just leave it running in the background, and then he'll go watch a movie or watch TV or something. and then he'll come back and he'll keep going. I wish I was joking. He doesn't even care about that. But yeah, that once you join Scientology, you're given this idea that like L. Ron Hubbard is the smartest person who's ever lived, and L. Ron Hubbard has more information than you'll ever learn anywhere. So it's very anything else is very unimportant, very unimportant. We all three of us, me, my brother, and my sister, had awful educations, set us up terribly. Bounced around between different schools and different schooling methods. My brother lucked out because he at least joined staff when he was like 13, so he was working as a fresh teenager for Scientology, doing whatever they asked. It's just weird for them. It's weird to see that. Like, yeah, it's hypocritical, but like, oh, if you want to go to college, just pay for your own college. You'll figure it out. I'm like, what foundation do I have to figure that out? My mom wanted me to pay rent when I was like 13. Some people move out and get jobs when they're 14, so you better get ready. Like every year was just another year closer to the inevitable separation. I had no room to prepare. It was just constant pressure on top of her ignoring every neurodivergent tendency that all of her kids had. Because that doesn't exist. Autism doesn't exist. ADHD doesn't exist. You can't even consider it, because they're so wrapped up in this weird conspiracy that psychiatric drugs are going to she didn't even have to give us drugs, but just consider that we had differences as children that caused us to have issues. He doesn't give a shit. Neither of them give a shit. My mom is like deathly afraid of the concept of I think of failure. I think my mom is afraid of having wasted her life. I think that would just be too much for her. There is a way out of Scientology. There is a way to live beyond this sort of trap that they've ensnared themselves in. They just won't look at it. They just won't see it. They will just disassociate and, justify it. They're soldiers in this war now, so they'll do it hell or high water. And once tax-exempt status is revoked, and they're just left there to either go radical or do some weird shit, or just move into solitude and shame, and never talk to anyone about anything, and just I can't imagine that's a happy life. I would much rather the good ending, but that's up to them. I'm just a guy. I'm just one person. So, I'll do what I need to do to talk about the truth about what I know, and what they want to do is up to them. I'm getting my stuff back one way or another, though. Oh, shit. You know what I forgot to talk about? Dog, we didn't even talk about. Do y'all see this? Here, let me change this because I don't want to mess up. I don't want to mess up the kinetic sand. We need this. It's vital. But look at this. Here you go. Don't worry. I got you. Look at this. Cardone started a health company. Look at this goober. One team, one goal. And whoever this schmuck is, Brandon Dawson. Oh, all of these people look racist. High key. This guy, human biologist. Her dad has swastikas at home, you know it. There's nothing behind those eyes. I mean, if you're working for Grant Cardone, you gotta be you gotta think people are stupid to some degree. You gotta really not like people. But look at this. They do genetic testing. Freak. Find out what your mutations are from Grant Cardone. You gotta talk street too, apparently. Apparently, that's the only way to talk to people. Like, you can't just treat people like humans, you know. Oh, whoops, my bad. Totally didn't see that. Okay. Grant Cardone. Let's go back to the main thing, because I was talking about them. Here we go. These are the people I was talking about. That was on me. Yeah, you can't just, like, consider that race has nothing to do with intelligence and just treat human beings like humans. That would be insane. That's a bad way to market. Like the smile and like in the little polo and the little branded like, this man is hollow on the inside. This is the woman I said her dad's got to have swastikas at home. I was like, damn, she's just very, very gone. She is definitely asking for the manager at Whole Foods. High key. I've seen this guy before. Where do I know him? Is he a Scientologist? Marketing revenue. This guy's definitely a Scientologist. I feel like I've seen him before. I'm a lot better with faces than I am with names. Yeah, so he does genetic testing. For the past decade, I've researched alternatives to surgery, medication, and one size treats all supplements. I was in daily chronic pain, and now at 64. So this dude, like, this guy has done everything and been everyone and been everywhere. Man, how lucky he must have been to just... Oh, his wife. This is the woman who, by the way, rejected him like 1,000,000 times and like wanted nothing to do with him. She is broken down. He wore her ass out. Wore her brain out. What he does with her ass, I refuse to speculate. That would be inappropriate of me. Let's see what else we got. Blood testing. Well, back to this one thing where they clearly edited out his workout equipment, so it looks like he's just flexing, but he's mid pump, or he's like, just do 2 more now that you've done your full reps. It kind of looks a little small. I'm not gonna lie. He's a short man. This man is very short. I've seen him in person, but they kind of edited out the bands from the Bowflex to make it look like he's just ripping it. So fucking funny. Too much blood sugar forces your brain. Yeah, and he's probably dipping into some Dr. Berg logic here, but they don't like each other, by the way, at all. Gary Cardone Gary and Grant, I think both scammed Dr. Berg out of some advertising deal that they had at one point, and they had to go through like the internal arbitration of Scientology. I have a bunch of reports that prove this and give details about this, and I'll talk about that at another time. But they do not like each other at all. Ooh, you can get your fucking Grant Cardone 10x IVs. Inject Grant Cardone directly into your bloodstream. Jesus. 10x cocktail. You should just have billionaire blood bags. Just sell you his blood. He will be after he gets out of prison, when he inevitably goes for fraud. What else we got? International services. Doesn't he have a... He has like these big old I don't want to take his fucking quiz. Superhuman protocol. Let's go. Buy a fucking tanning bed. Do the light therapy. Yeah, a lot of gurus like this. Like the light therapy. Pure wave PEMF. Achieve optimal health with what we like to call the biocharger. Pulsed electromagnetic fields into your body. Oh, Dr. Berg would not like this. Allowing your red blood cells to separate into free-flowing cells. Dog, pseudoscience.com. He should just rebrand this whole thing. What is that video? It's so you'll pay attention. Because y'all got dumb attention spans. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you. Some of y'all need to focus on the jingling keys, you know what I'm saying? Now this is what you do. This is what like Zoomers are doing on TikTok to keep people's attention. They'll have like Subway Surfers, or they'll have the kinetic sand video, or the power washing. Anything satisfying to kind of keep your attention. Or they'll have like Minecraft jumping videos. We're not on TikTok, so this is the best I got. Hypermax oxygen. Good Lord. Yes, Uncle G, separate my red blood cells. Good Christ. $121,000, almost $122,000 for the 10x health light bed. Dude, he might as well have a fucking Bacta tank on here. With like Luke, like Luke had this when he was in the Bacta tank on Hoth. He had the mask on. Why doesn't he have a Bacta tank? Yeah, like I think it's just a red light bed. It's just like it's probably costs what, like maybe like I'm gonna give him some credit and say that each unit is probably costs roughly $2,500 to manufacture. Maybe another $500 or $600 to ship the unit. No way this is more than 10 grand. His margins are pretty crazy. Yeah, exactly. In a bank ATM. Soon you're gonna find Cardone Financial, or Cardone. He has Cardone Capital, so Cardone Capital ATMs, where he'll take a 60% fee for pulling out $3. The Pro Plunge. Ooh, where is this, by the way? Take a bath with Grant Cardone. He'll snuggle you up. Oh, I see. So he literally gives you a bathtub. Take it on the go. A little backpack there. No tools required. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good sign. Improves mental health. He's just doing the cold plunge thing. Now this one doesn't have a price, which is how you know it is expensive. Let's see. Limited supply. That's always $7,000. $7,000 this man sells this pool for. Insane. Dog, his IAS rep is probably banking. Whoever's collecting the commission off of all of Grant Cardone's services in Scientology, they're walking home with a bag. Let's see. The 10X Pro Plunge builds the world's first all-in-one portable cold tub. So yeah, it's just like a refrigerated. It's like an inflatable tub that refrigerates the water. Our sturdy inflatable design is built for permanent installation or portability. With our 15-minute setup and takedown time, you can take it with you to your next event, race, or adventure. Yeah, I'm on the top of a mountain. I'm on fucking Kilimanjaro with my 10X Pro Plunge. Setting up the rocks. Like moving the rocks away. I'm on the streets of New York with my 10X Pro Plunge, inviting homeless people to take a bath with me. The XL size tub allows athletes. Oh, fuck, guys, I can't buy this. I'm not an athlete. Damn it. Get a kiddie pool. Get an inflatable tub and then just go down to 7-Eleven and get a bag of ice. That will not cost you $7,000. Wait. Our 1 horsepower commercial grade compressor is up to 4 times more powerful than other tubs on the market and cools the water down to 37 degrees Fahrenheit or heats it up to 105 degrees Fahrenheit within a few hours. So you need like a team of people prepping your shit. You gotta... Hey, can you turn on my bath? I'm going to work. It's got to be ready by the time I get home. Dude. It's a bathtub. I could run a bath. My water situation is a little rough. I wouldn't take a bath in my tub because all the enamel is all like broken off and like gross because they didn't do it right. But I enjoy a good bath, and let me tell you, for less than $7,000, I could take a bath anywhere else. I could go to a hotel and take a bath if I wanted to. Which would be better than this piece of shit. Oh, even better, it connects to Wi-Fi and can be controlled by an app on your smartphone. This includes customizable programming that allows the tub to turn on and off at pre-programmed times or change from cold to hot mode within a few hours. So you can take a cold plunge in the morning and the hot tub in the evening. So provided... Sounds like your bathtub needs more horsepower, brother. You got soft hands, brother. You got soft hands. If your bathtub don't heat up from cold to hot in a few hours. This dude is on crack. No, he's a Scientologist, so he's expressly delusional. So we know that. We know that. Because you got to get the water from somewhere. You're still pumping this water. So, provided that you have that water, you need the water. You might as well just get a bathtub and have some, get an ice box or, get, a chest freezer and put some ice in there. Dude, let me save you $7,000 by showing you where to buy bags of ice. Just hey Alexa, before you go to bed, hey Alexa, I want a cold plunge in the morning. And then she'll start it then because it's going to take a few hours. And then by the morning, it's going to be ice cold. Do you have to kickstart that thing? You might have to. What if your power goes off and all you have is the water from your house? Ugh. From the tap? How dare you? I will not let that filth touch my skin. Me, a god in human form? It's the horsepower of the chest freezer, though. Yeah, you see? I didn't fucking think of that. Ah. Everything needs horsepower. That reminds me of oh, fuck. That SNL skit Um, what was it called? GE Big Boys. Oh my God, we're watching this. What the a $7,000 portable bathtub? Yeah, a bag of ice takes 10 minutes. That's what I was saying. What else? Okay. Let's check the protocol. Let's check the $15,000 superhuman protocol. Hold on, I'm gonna get some food real quick. Or I gotta the big boy dishwasher. Yeah, it's just all it's like made with Kevlar so that your unclipped toenails don't pop the bathtub. Literally. Just texted your brother? Dude, I'm saying, like, somebody needs to. I don't. Okay, they detected copyrighted video or whatever. I don't give a shit. Y'all just watch my old videos. I don't really care about copyright. I don't really care about ad revenue for this one, but we'll do we'll do some more non-copyrighted stuff later. I just couldn't help it. That just reminded me so much of that. But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, my brother, he knows he would be the one to give me my stuff. So y'all want to reach out, say, hey, I heard your brother is trying to get some of his property back. If you were a responsible person, I'd say you should probably help him. You know, and that's his, you know, or if you want to do some photography classes, you can meet him in person and then personally ask him, you know, he'd see meat coming from a mile away. So, you have to actually get scanned into the building. He has to like buzz you up into the studio. So it's probably like he holds like these like niche events probably. But, all of his location is completely public as far as his business goes. Superhuman protocols with red light panels. Buy some red lights. For more than some people make in a year. Magnesium and oxygen lights. Without them, we cannot survive. But with them, we are superhuman. Carry the 4. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. Magnetism. Pure. Oh yeah, that's the. Think we can survive without magnetism? I don't know, Studio. That's a rough one. I mean, sometimes I ponder magnetism. Can we live without it? Dog, this guy's on something else. He picked like 6 grifters. But you know that none of this is, like, you know that if he wanted to just cash out, he could have just teamed up with my dad. And they could have promoted each other and gotten to their own little vacuum loop. But they do not like each other at all. Oh, man. I think I have an idea about how I want to go about that that Grant Cardone, Dr. Berg stuff. But just keep a lookout. I'll have something out for that. I'll put something out. Why can't I see Laura's comments? She was bothering people, so I booted her. I think it might have deleted her comments. No one has ever suffered from magnet deficiency. Are you a doctor like Mr. Grant Cardone? Or any of these people who are gladly benefiting? All of these people, except for this guy, has a fake tan. I mean, this guy doesn't leave the house. She has fake basically everything. This guy is probably the most touchy-feely one of the group. Imagine getting your genes tested. Do not give Grant Cardone your DNA. This is a bad call, dog. Bad call. What Grant Cardone would do with your DNA is beyond understanding. I shudder at the thought. Imagine somebody buying this. Limited supply. Because nobody buys it. The only reason that you would do this for such an expensive order, limited supply available, will sell out, is you make to order. Because it's so useless and undermarketable and expensive, you're only selling it to people who can afford to buy your little grift here. I want somebody to do a review of this. If any, oh man, I would love like a really wealthy YouTuber to just buy one of these and just talk about how fucking dog shit it is. Compare it to just like a bathtub with ice in it. What's with the alien boogers in the corner? It's kinetic sand. Come on, dog. You never needed a kinetic sand video to pay attention? Nah, you probably had like a healthy childhood or something. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Oh, I see. Monitor capture. All right. Wait, where is that window? There we go. All right, y'all. I think that's enough videos for today. Whoa. I think there might be a delay on this, on the chat. Probably some weird eugenics stuff done with it. Yeah, you gotta think these guys, they're into some weird shit. So it's hard to think that they're not doing some bizarre, Scientology leads, is like a gateway to a lot of very bizarre and twisted ideals. You can kind of make up your own lore for the for Earth if you're able to believe in Scientology. Are there videos on the items? There was one video. Y'all are gonna make me do it? Oh, want to join us? View open positions. Should I work for Grant Cardone? Should I go apply? There was on the Superhuman Protocol. I think there was a video.
Listen, just the word itself, superhuman. The whole protocol is so exciting. And when I really first got to work with Gary and 10X Health System,
whenever I see a Russian person working with like Grant Cardone or like working as a chiropractor, I always think that they're Scientologists because there are so many Russian people who go to Flag, who go to be Scientologists. It's like very creepy. But I would not doubt that this guy's a Scientologist.
with the superhuman protocol, I was fascinated. Okay, I'm a guy that really loves to do super endurance races. I've been doing Ironmans, climbing mountains like Kilimanjaro, training myself now for Everest. I'm doing the Marathon des Sables next year, which is the toughest race in the world. It's crossing the Sahara Desert, 6 marathons, 6 days, and 6 camps. And listen, in order for me to be able to do all those things and stay, upbeat with energy throughout my entire life, doing the superhuman protocol, it's unbelievable. I mean, it consists of 3 things. It's the PMF. It's basically just recharging your body, right? And then you're doing the, hypermax oxygen.
If I get into claims, lawyers will shut this video down, so I cannot say claims. I will say it recharges your body.
In which you oxygenate your body to levels that you will never do otherwise, and then you're doing the red light therapy. I mean, the whole thing is incredible. And since I started doing the superhuman protocol, I've been
Maybe he's not Russian, maybe he's like Bolivian or something. It's really hard to tell.
recovering much faster from all my workouts. I've been able to perform at levels that I will never even imagine. So it's unbelievable. And for those that really want to take on a challenge or that want to really take themselves to the next level, getting into the superhuman protocol, it's also a no-brainer. A lot of people tell me, how the hell do you do it? How do you get to travel the world, be all the time doing all these conferences, working with clients, attending all these super endurance races, and always be so positive and upbeat? And I said, I feel great. And I feel great because doing things like this, the superhuman protocol, for those that really want to take themselves to the next level and really experience what human performance is all about, superhuman protocol.
Sure, I'm sure. Oh, just press play on it. Should I book an appointment? Good Lord. UFC Apex Clinic, concierge only. Dog, this man is not selling to. I mean, I think he had a. Didn't Grant Cardone have like a deal with what's his name? Vanna White? What's his name? Is that it? Is that his name, the UFC guy? I don't know if it's Vanna White, because I know there's... Yeah, it definitely sounds like a Scientology event. Step 1, magnetize. Step 2, oxygen. Step 3, light. Improved soft tissue healing. So, okay, so 10 minutes, 12 minutes. So for about 32 minutes max, you've spent over $1 million? No, my mistake. You've spent almost $500,000. Yeah, I don't know where he thinks this is being done. Does he have a place? I guess he has a place. A lot of these places are concierge only. Oh, wow. Not only is this building fake, but you see how, can I zoom in on that? You see how it's like this 10X Health thing is like photoshopped on there with like, it's like Microsoft Paint, it looks like. That's so, I mean, honestly, that's pretty pathetic. You'd think he'd actually like get a good Photoshop guy. He's got to get Berg in here to Photoshop this shit on here. Dog. Yeah, like this, like the building might be like a rendering or like a photo of a building, but then this is just painfully. How can I increase that? I don't know how to. I don't think I have a button on here that lets me zoom. I just screenshotted it. Let me pull that up. Jamie, pull that up. Screenshots. Um. Okay, let's see. Oh boy. Look at this. Look at that. Grant, what the fuck? Are you serious, dude? Is this the best you got? This is the best you got. This is like zoomed in pixel per pixel Microsoft Paint. You can't cut corners like this, dog. Like, if you'd have done it like far away, like you need smaller pixels, homie, when you're doing the. And you can tell he just added that little shadow effect in post, but like it's not even on the building. Like even this seam here, it's projected. The shadow is projected onto the seam, so the shadows are on the picture, so it's even less realistic. Yeah, the last 8 they gave up. They gave up here. We want to make it look slanted, like, you know, because of the perspective. It's going to get smaller as you're looking into the distance. So we're just not going to do any fucking effort at all. Good Lord. Holy moly. Yeah, this is a grift. Don't give your DNA. What have we learned here today? Don't give your DNA to Grant Cardone. You don't have to buy his tub. Just go to the gas station and get a bag of ice. You know? Pretty simple stuff. And I think that brings us close to just about to the end here. We're at 999 views, y'all. Let's go. One more view. I'll wait for the last view, the 1000th view. Somebody open this on a different device. It'd just be a nice little time to end, I guess. Yeah, we're batting 4 hours each. As long as I drink water, I'm fine. I think I already talk quite a bit. I talk a lot in my daily life, so I try not to talk a lot normally. Because like in person, I don't talk as much. Not at all. God forbid I do a meetup. OSA would have their agents there, for sure. I mean, what would the point of that be? It's just I don't think I'm nearly. We did 1,000. I don't think I'm nearly big enough to do that. Not yet. Jobo says, your voice is quite soothing. Thank you. I grew my vocal cords myself.
He's a comedian.
I think I had a goal. Like I mentioned in one of my previous lives, I was like, someone was like, "Oh, sing for us," and I was like, "Nah, I'll sing. Singing isn't like a small thing. I'll sing at like 100K, 100K, which is like unthinkable for me at this consistency. But I'll sing for you. I'll sing something." But that's ways away. Please start. Please start selling 10x vocal cord supplements. I'm on it. Although I'll have 11x because 10x does not cut it. You just want to do something 10 times as good? What are you, a fucking beta? What are you, lazy? You got soft hands, brother, if you only do 10 times the work. I'll do 11 times the work. And I'll promote it 12 times as much. 10x. Dog, well, wouldn't that just chap his ass so hard to do 11x? To just make a whole brand on 11x? Get practicing on that keyboard and give us a jingle on your next vid. Dog, that's an ask. That is asking me to develop a talent between now and the next time I stream. More horsepower and then vocal cord.
Oh, you know it. I know it. Grant Cardone knows it.
Maybe that's what happened. Grant Cardone had such a hoarse voice because he put too much horsepower in those puppies. He just wore himself out. Can't be made to last. We're not all good at everything, huh, Grant? But thank you all for stopping by, for hanging with me. I appreciate you. Had some fun. I want to find some more entertaining stuff, and because streaming games, my computer just does not do that well. That's why I haven't done that. I have to either stream the game or I have to stream my face. I can't do both. So maybe if I do stream a game, it'll be without the face cam, but then it's like, how do you know? Like, what does it matter? Doesn't matter. I'll stream some stuff. I'm digging the reaction content. I'm a fan of that. And I'll find some good stuff to stream next time. All right. Good night, my babies. Sleep tight. Wherever you are. Or good morning. Night, everybody. Peace. Let's play me out. Play me out. Play me out.